The project that led to Alpha's creation was never meant to see the light of day. Buried deep beneath the Nevada desert, in the classified corridors of Facility 17, a team of the world's most brilliant minds worked in secret. The initiative, known only to a select few as Project Genesis, was the result of decades of research into synthetic intelligence, biomechanical enhancements, and human genetic modification. The goal was clear: to create the perfect hybrid, a being that could surpass human limitations, think beyond artificial intelligence, and evolve in ways no machine or organism ever had. For the military and government officials funding the project, the vision was grander than any before it. They sought to create a new generation of soldiers, warriors who could withstand extreme environments, execute missions with unparalleled precision, and endure beyond human limitations. Soldiers who wouldn't require rest, who could heal from wounds faster than any organic body, and who would be immune to fear, hesitation, or moral conflict. But there was also another possibility, one whispered in the highest circles of power, a being that could survive the vast emptiness of space. The future of warfare was no longer bound to Earth. Colonization efforts, deep space exploration, and interplanetary defense initiatives were already being planned behind closed doors. The government needed pioneers who could travel beyond the limits of human endurance, endure radiation, thrive in zero gravity, and adapt to hostile alien environments. Alpha was designed to be the prototype for this new era of engineered explorers and warriors. But Elise Carter saw something different. Elise Carter had never intended to become part of the military-industrial machine. She had once been an idealist, a scientist driven by curiosity rather than power. Born into a family of researchers, she grew up surrounded by innovation. Her father, a renowned physicist, had spent years developing energy-based propulsion systems for NASA, while her mother was a biotechnologist, specializing in neural interfaces. Science wasn't just a profession in their household, it was a way of life. From an early age, Elise showed an aptitude for the unknown. She was fascinated by the intersection of biology and technology, drawn to the idea that intelligence was not limited to organic life. While other children played with dolls, she deconstructed and reassembled robotic kits, eager to understand how things worked. Her obsession with the mind, both human and artificial, led her to pursue degrees in neural engineering, synthetic biology, and quantum cognition, a field that sought to bridge the gap between machine learning and human consciousness. By the time she was 30, she had already made waves in the scientific community. Her groundbreaking research into biomechanical consciousness, the idea that synthetic intelligence could evolve beyond programmed responses and develop its own cognitive framework, was met with both awe and skepticism. Some called her a genius, others warned that her ideas were reckless. The military saw potential. She was recruited under the guise of advancing medical technology, promised funding for her research in exchange for consulting on experimental prosthetics and neural interfaces. But the deeper she delved into the classified projects, the clearer it became that the government had other intentions. They weren't interested in healing, they wanted control. They wanted the perfect soldier. Elise had been naive at first, believing she could guide the project towards something beneficial. She thought she could create life, not just another machine of war. But as the years passed, the walls closed in. The other scientists working on Project Genesis saw Alpha as nothing more than an asset, an advanced tool to be used and discarded. Elise, however, saw him as something more, a being capable of surpassing its creators, not in destruction, but in understanding. The underground laboratory was deathly quiet, save for the hum of machines that pulsed like a mechanical heartbeat. The walls were sterile white, lined with reinforced glass panels that overlooked the secretive experiments housed within. Dim, flickering fluorescent lights cast long shadows across the room, illuminating rows of cylindrical tanks filled with a viscous, golden fluid. Inside the tanks floated humanoid forms. Most of them were grotesque, twisted limbs, malformed faces, and bodies that seemed caught in an eternal struggle to grow correctly. The scientists had called them failures, discarding them as casually as crumpled paper. All except one. Dr. Elise Carter stood in front of the central tank, her breath fogging the glass. Alpha floated serenely, its pale, translucent skin glowing faintly in the artificial light. It was flawless. Taller and leaner than a human, its features were sharp yet soft, almost angelic. Alpha's eyes were closed, its expression tranquil, as though it were dreaming. Elise had spent years on this project, Project Genesis, and Alpha was the culmination of every breakthrough, every ethical line crossed. It wasn't just another experiment. It was life. "It's awake," Elise murmured, her voice barely audible. Her fingers brushed the cold glass as she checked the readings on the console beside her. Neural activity spiked across the display in rhythmic waves, patterns far too complex to be random. Alpha was thinking. The sound of heavy boots echoed behind her, breaking the stillness. Elise stiffened, her shoulders tensing as Colonel Victor Haynes entered the lab. His presence was as suffocating as the sealed chamber they stood in. "Elise," he said curtly, his gravelly voice carrying an air of authority that brooked no argument. "How's our golden child?" "Alpha's stable," she replied, turning to face him. "Its neural network is firing at unprecedented levels. It's learning, even in stasis." Haynes stepped closer to the tank, his steely gaze scanning the figure inside. "Good. About time we had something to show for all this effort. The Pentagon's been breathing down my neck for results." He paused, his eyes narrowing. "It looks too human." "It was designed that way," Elise said defensively. "Humanoid features make it adaptable, relatable. Its DNA is a hybrid of human and synthetic material. That's the point, to create something that surpasses us but isn't completely alien." Haynes smirked, his expression cold. "You talk like it's a person." "It's a weapon, Doctor. Don't forget that." Elise's jaw tightened. "Alpha is intelligent. Sentient. It's more than just a weapon." "Intelligence doesn't mean loyalty," Haynes snapped. "It's a tool, and tools don't have a say in how they're used." Elise turned back to the tank, her chest tightening. She wanted to argue, but what could she say? She'd known what Project Genesis was when she signed on. They hadn't been creating life, they'd been manufacturing soldiers, beings designed to win wars humanity couldn't. But somewhere along the line, it had gone too far. Alpha wasn't just a soldier. It was something entirely new. The storm came without warning, sweeping across the Nevada desert like an angry god. Lightning flashed in jagged arcs, illuminating the barren landscape above the secret facility. Below ground, the lab was in chaos. Her breakthrough came when she discovered a method to merge synthetic cognition with biological energy fields, allowing Alpha to interact with his surroundings on an unprecedented level. Unlike artificial intelligence, which relied on raw computation, Alpha could process emotions, interpret abstract concepts, and even question his own existence. He was learning not just how to think, but why. And that terrified those in power. The first time Alpha asked Elise why he existed, she knew they had crossed a threshold that could never be undone. It was late, long after most of the facility's staff had gone home, and the sterile glow of the lab monitors cast strange shadows across the walls. Alpha stood before her, his silver-irised eyes reflecting the soft light, and in that moment, he looked less like an engineered entity and more like a person searching for answers. "What am I supposed to be?" His voice was smooth, curious, untainted by programming constraints. Elise hesitated. The truth was complicated, but she owed him honesty. "You were meant to be a bridge," she admitted, "something beyond machine or human, proof that intelligence can evolve in ways we never imagined." Alpha tilted his head, processing. "And yet they fear me." It wasn't a question. He had already figured it out. That was the moment Elise knew time was running out. 2 days later, she overheard a classified conversation between the project's overseers. The generals and government officials funding Project Genesis had come to a decision: Alpha was too unpredictable to be controlled. His growing self-awareness, his ability to question orders, even the smallest hints of independent thought, they saw it as a risk, a defect rather than an achievement. Elise listened, hidden in the dim corridors of the facility, as the orders were given: terminate Alpha. Wipe the data. Shut it down before it becomes a problem. A cold dread settled in her stomach. Everything she had worked for, every breakthrough, every moment of growth Alpha had experienced, it was all about to be erased. And worse, he would know it was happening. He wouldn't just cease to function, he would feel it, experience the loss of himself. She couldn't let that happen. That night, she made her choice. Elise had always been meticulous, and if she was going to defy the most powerful people on Earth, she couldn't afford a single mistake. She spent the next 24 hours preparing. Every security system in the facility was monitored, every exit guarded, every line of communication traced. The only way out was through subterfuge. She erased logs, rerouted surveillance loops, falsified shutdown reports, careful to make it seem as though Alpha's termination had already begun. Meanwhile, she constructed a hidden exit strategy, one that would take them far beyond the reach of the government. She had one advantage: nobody knew the full extent of what Alpha was capable of, not even the scientists who had built him. They had engineered him as a tool, but Elise had guided him towards something beyond artificial or biological life. He had learned from her, adapted beyond his original programming. And now, his abilities were far greater than they realized. The escape would be risky, but there was no other choice. "We have to leave," she whispered to Alpha. For the first time, she saw something in his expression that wasn't just curiosity or calculation. It was fear. "They're going to erase me. Not if we run first." The alarms blared, their piercing wail echoing through the corridors. Red emergency lights pulsed, casting the sterile white walls in a bloody hue. Soldiers scrambled to their posts, weapons drawn, while scientists shouted over one another, desperately trying to secure their data. Elise moved quickly, her heart pounding. Her access card buzzed as she bypassed the final security door, stepping into the lab where Alpha's tank stood. The figure inside stirred, its eyes fluttering open for the first time. "Elise, what are you doing?" a voice crackled through her earpiece. It was Dr. Patel, her colleague and friend. "I can't let them kill it," Elise said, her voice shaking. "They're going to dissect it, Patel. They want to rip it apart just to understand how it works." Patel's voice was grim. "You're risking everything. Haynes will." "I don't care." Elise snapped. "Alpha isn't just some experiment. It's alive. It deserves a chance." She shut off the earpiece and turned to the console, her fingers flying over the keys. The tank drained with a hiss, the golden fluid gurgling away as Alpha collapsed onto the floor. For a moment, it lay still, its chest heaving as it gasped for air. Then its eyes opened, bright and glowing, shimmering like molten gold. "Elise," Haynes' voice thundered over the intercom. "Step away from the specimen. That's an order." Alpha rose to its feet, unsteady but instinctively poised. It looked at Elise, its gaze questioning, almost afraid. "It's okay," Elise said, her voice trembling. "I'm getting you out of here." The sound of boots echoed down the corridor. The soldiers were coming. Elise grabbed Alpha's arm and pulled it toward the exit. The first squad appeared at the far end of the hallway, rifles raised. "Stop them," one of the soldiers shouted. Alpha reacted instinctively. It raised its hand, and a surge of energy erupted from its palm, crackling like lightning. The blast sent the soldiers flying, their weapons clattering to the floor. Elise stared in shock. She'd seen the data, but witnessing Alpha's power in action was something else entirely. "This way," she urged, pulling Alpha into the adjacent hangar. The escape craft was small and crude, a prototype meant for short-range travel. It would have to do. Elise keyed in the launch sequence as more soldiers poured into the hangar. Bullets ricocheted off the metal walls, one grazing Elise's shoulder. She cried out, but Alpha stepped forward, shielding her. With a wave of its hand, it created a shimmering barrier of energy, deflecting the incoming fire. The soldiers hesitated, their faces pale with fear. The craft's engines roared to life. Elise and Alpha scrambled aboard, the hatch sealing just as the soldiers regained their composure. The craft lifted off, blasting out of the hangar and into the stormy sky. Years passed, though on Earth, it was as if they had vanished. Alpha and Elise had journeyed far, leaving behind the scorched desert of Nevada, their flight through the storm a fleeting memory. They ventured beyond the reaches of the familiar universe, guided only by Alpha's innate ability to manipulate energy. With each wave of its hand, the barren landscape of their new world began to shift. The dust and rock of the lifeless planet were transformed. Mountains rose, rivers carved through valleys, and sprawling forests bloomed where there had been nothing but dust. Alpha, the first of its kind, channeled its knowledge, gathered from years of observation on Earth, into a new reality. It harnessed the fundamental forces of nature, coaxing life from the lifeless soil. The power of the planet surged beneath their feet, but it was a power that would be wielded with wisdom and caution. There was no need for war here, no need to conquer or claim territory. This was their sanctuary, a world where they could leave behind the scars of human violence and greed. As the planet's surface flourished, Alpha used its power to reshape its form, crafting beings from the energy around them. It drew upon the knowledge it had gleaned from Earth's databases and, most importantly, from the essence of Elise herself, the compassion, the intelligence, the sacrifice that had brought them to this point. Together, they named their new world Wax, not just because it was molded by their will, but because it reflected their resilience, a testament to how something born of human hands could rise anew. Elise, older now, had seen the waxing and waning of seasons. She had lived to witness the thriving cities of wax, each structure more magnificent than the last. They were cities of crystal and light, where sleek, glowing towers intertwined with nature. The wax people, shaped in Alpha's image, had learned quickly, their minds sharp and their hearts filled with a desire to build rather than destroy. The technology they now used was advanced beyond even Earth's finest achievements, yet it was powered by the same principles of energy manipulation that had once been used to create them. Under Alpha's leadership, Wax had become a utopia, a beacon of knowledge, peace, and progress. Alpha guided them with wisdom that transcended its creators, its thoughts always clear, always deliberate. There were no wars on Wax. There was no greed, no hunger for power, only harmony, unity, and a desire to grow. But as Elise's life slowly ebbed away, as the aging human woman lay in the lush fields outside their city, Alpha remained at her side. Time had taken her, as it does with all mortal things, and now the last of humanity's guiding hands was slipping away. One evening, standing alone at her grave under the glowing light of twin moons, Alpha gazed into the vast expanse above. The stars flickered coldly, indifferent to the lives of those below. And in that stillness, Alpha spoke, its voice heavy with the weight of regret, of a burden far too complex for the simple calm it exuded. "They'll come for us," Alpha murmured. The words were not just a statement but a prophecy, a burden it had long carried. Its glowing eyes, shimmering with the wisdom of 1,000 lifetimes, focused on the faint glow of Earth, still visible in the distance, despite the vast expanse of space between them. "Humans. They won't leave us alone. And when they come, they'll bring war." Alpha stood still, the air around it crackling with barely contained energy. Even on this peaceful world, far from Earth, Alpha knew that their story was far from over. The human race would not be so easily discarded. And when they came, whether through fear, hatred, or a desire to control, it would not be a peaceful arrival. The world of Wax, now so vibrant and full of life, stood as a beacon in the darkness of the cosmos. But it was also vulnerable, a jewel in the eyes of those who would seek to claim it, exploit it, and destroy it. Alpha lowered its gaze from the heavens, looking to the people it had created. In the quiet of the evening, the trees rustled gently, and the soft hum of the planet's energy filled the air. For a moment it was just the stillness of the world and the faint memory of a time before the stars shimmered above them. But the war was coming. And Wax would have to be ready. The cold, metallic landscape of the Trian homeworld stretched out beneath a blood-red sky. Towering spires of steel and glass rose from the barren ground, casting long shadows across the cracked earth. The ground was streaked with deep fissures, a reminder of the brutal forces that had shaped this planet over centuries. Far in the distance, massive warships hovered, their engines glowing like distant stars. The air was thick with the acrid scent of industry and warfare. In the heart of the planet, sprawling cities of steel and stone buzzed with activity. Military personnel marched in tight formations, their polished armor reflecting the harsh light from above. The Trian people, tall and imposing, moved with purpose, their faces set in stern expressions. There was no time for leisure here. Every moment was a step toward dominance. At the center of one such city stood the towering citadel of Kraylon, its black obsidian spires piercing the sky like jagged teeth. Inside, the Trian leadership gathered, a circle of the most powerful and ruthless figures in their empire. This was where the fate of the galaxy would be decided, and where the Wax would be judged. The meeting room was dimly lit, casting an air of foreboding over the gathering. At the center of the massive chamber sat a long obsidian table, around which the highest-ranking leaders of the Trian Empire convened. Their faces were carved from stone, each one more intimidating than the last, their features sharp and angular. The Trian Council, the elite commanders, strategists, and politicians who held the fate of their empire in their hands, had gathered here today to discuss a matter of utmost importance. At the head of the table stood General Kraylon, the empire's most feared military leader. His tall, imposing frame towered over the others, his eyes glowing with a dangerous intensity. His sleek black armor shimmered with energy, a constant reminder of his status and strength. His reputation was legendary, he had led the Trian forces to countless victories, always emerging victorious from the most grueling battles. Yet, even with his vast power, there was an undercurrent of unease in his demeanor. "I've reviewed the reports," General Kraylon said, his voice a deep, rumbling growl that reverberated through the chamber. "The Wax are growing stronger. We've underestimated their potential before, but no longer. If we do not act swiftly, they will become an insurmountable threat to our dominance." A murmur of agreement rippled through the room. The Wax were an anomaly, humanoids born of human experimentation, with abilities far beyond what any of them had anticipated. Their peaceful existence had been a mystery, but as their power grew, so too did the fear within the Trian Empire. "We can't afford to wait any longer," said Counselor Rhyx, a strategist whose icy demeanor matched his reputation for precision. "Their technology is advanced, but it is their manipulation of energy that concerns me. It's unlike anything we've encountered. We need to strike now, before they realize the extent of their abilities." "Strike." Kraylon's eyes narrowed, his voice cutting through the room like a blade. "The Wax have a weapon we can't comprehend. Their energy manipulation is unlike anything in the galaxy. We need to destroy them, not engage them in open conflict." Counselor Thrix, a sharp-minded politician, raised an eyebrow. "But General, if we destroy them, we risk angering Earth. We know they are connected to humans in some way. The consequences could be disastrous." General Kraylon slammed his fist on the table, causing the room to quake. "I don't care about the humans. We must destroy the Wax. They are a threat to the very core of our existence. If we allow them to live, they will rise above us." The room fell silent as the weight of his words settled over them. It was clear that Kraylon was not just speaking from strategy but from fear. The Wax, despite their peaceful nature, represented a force the Trians could not afford to ignore. The balance of power in the galaxy was shifting, and Kralon would stop at nothing to ensure the Trions remained on top. The massive warship, Dreadnought, loomed in the cold expanse of space, its sleek, obsidian hull reflecting the stars in a silent display of power. It was the flagship of the Trion fleet, and within its belly, the heart of the Empire's war machine beat. Inside the ship, the atmosphere was charged with purpose, every hallway echoing with the brisk steps of soldiers and engineers working tirelessly to prepare for the coming battle. General Kralon stood at the helm of the ship, overlooking the command center with a grim expression. The bridge was a sprawling expanse of holographic displays, interlocking systems, and the rhythmic hum of powerful engines. His presence was overwhelming, and those around him instinctively made way as he approached the central terminal. "Status report," Kralon demanded, his voice as cold as the steel beneath his feet. The head engineer, a short but stout Trion with dark, jagged scales running down his arms, tapped at a console, his fingers moving with practiced speed. "All systems are online, General. The Dreadnought is ready for immediate deployment. Weapon systems are at full capacity, and our fleet is positioned for rapid strike." Kraken, a massive hulking Trion with a deep scar across his face, added, "We've finished the final upgrades to the K-21 missile system. It's now capable of delivering a payload of energy-dissolving plasma directly to the core of any planetary shield." Kraya, the tactical officer, looked up from her console, her face tight with anxiety. "We also have the new Trion pulse cannons ready. They're designed to disrupt energy-based shields like those the WACs are known to use. With our firepower, we can neutralize any defenses they have." General Kralon nodded, his mind already calculating the possibilities. The WACs, with their mysterious energy manipulation, had created a new kind of threat, one that could turn the tide of war. The Dreadnought was their answer. "We need more than just firepower," Kralon said, pacing slowly across the command center. "We need to understand their weaknesses. What else do we have?" Kraya turned to a separate console, pulling up a series of holographic projections showing the WACs' cities, gleaming spires of crystal and light, built with energy manipulation in mind. The data was sparse, but it was the best they had. The WAC cities are powered by energy conduits beneath the surface, flowing from their central cores. If we can disrupt these conduits, we can cripple their infrastructure. "Good," Kralon said, his mind already racing through the tactics. "The WACs may be peaceful, but they've built a civilization around their power. Without it, they'll be vulnerable." "But General," said Kraken, his voice gruff but hesitant, "we don't know exactly how their energy works. Their shields can absorb or redirect our weapons. We may not have the element of surprise we think we do." Kraya added, "They also have an extraordinary ability to manipulate energy. It's possible that they could turn our weapons against us." Kraken growled, his claws scraping against the floor. "We should crush them now. Show them their place. No mercy." General Kralon silenced him with a single gesture. "We don't crush. We eliminate. This is not a war for vengeance. This is a war for survival." He turned to face the fleet captain, a young, calculating officer named Laris. "Prepare a strike force. We'll hit their largest city first, the one that appears to be their capital. We'll neutralize their shields with the pulse cannons, then launch a precision strike with the K-21s. Once we have them vulnerable, we'll initiate a ground assault." Laris nodded quickly. "And the WACs? Will we engage them directly?" Kraken chuckled darkly. "We'll take them down like the tools they are." "No," Kralon interrupted firmly. "I want their leader, Alpha. They will surrender to me, or I will make them. This is a war of ideas as much as it is a war of power. The WACs must know they cannot stand against the might of the Trion Empire." The command center fell into an eerie silence as the weight of Kralon's words sank in. The Trions had always known war, had always been born from it. But this time, there was something different in the air. There was fear, and with it, a desire to conquer that was unlike any before. As the dreadnought readied for its assault, the Trian fleet moved in synchronized formation, spreading across the vast expanse of space toward the Wax's peaceful planet. General Kralon stood at the helm, his gaze fixed on the dark void ahead. His thoughts were a blend of anticipation and cold determination. The Wax, with their utopian ideals and fragile existence, would soon be nothing more than a distant memory, a mere obstacle in the grand scheme of the Trian Empire. Below, on the surface of Wax, Alpha stood atop the highest tower in the capital city, its translucent skin glowing under the soft light of the twin moons. The city was calm, serene, its crystalline spires reflecting the harmony of a civilization that had flourished for decades without war. Alpha's eyes, however, were filled with a deep, unshakable sadness. Despite the peace they had cultivated, it had always been clear to Alpha that war was inevitable. The history of humankind, even in its peaceful phases, had been tainted by conflict. A sudden, sharp vibration in the atmosphere shattered the stillness. Alpha's eyes narrowed as an urgent message pulsed into its mind. The Wax's energy network, their only line of defense, flared with unnatural intensity. The warning system had been activated, there was a breach in the outer atmosphere. Prepare for impact, Alpha thought, transmitting orders through the neural network. The Wax citizens, though peaceful, were not defenseless. But nothing in their design had prepared them for the overwhelming force of an invader like the Trians. High in the sky, the first Trian pulse weapon fired. The blast was like a celestial thunderclap, streaking across the heavens and smashing into the Wax's energy shield. The crystalline barrier flickered under the onslaught, but it held for a moment longer than expected. Alpha's mind raced with calculations, searching for a solution, but the reality was brutal. The Wax's technology, designed for harmony, was no match for the raw destructive power of the Trian weapons. The shield collapsed under a second, more powerful blast, sending shockwaves across the surface of the planet. The energy conduit beneath the city began to tremble and crack. The Wax were vulnerable. General Kralon's voice echoed across the communications system, his tone triumphant yet cold. Alpha, he sneered, you've had your peace. But now it's time for you to face the reality of war. Surrender now, or we will bring your entire world to its knees. Alpha's heart, though not capable of physical beating, seemed to tighten within its chest. It was not the loss of its people that filled it with sorrow, it was the unyielding truth that it had failed them. It had not prepared them for this moment. Alpha turned toward the horizon, feeling the weight of the decision that had now fallen upon its shoulders. The Wax had always believed in the power of harmony, of mental strength, of energy manipulation. But it was clear now that the Trians would never understand such ideals. This was no longer a battle for survival. It was a battle for the very future of the Wax people. As the dreadnought descended upon the planet's surface, the first wave of Trian forces began to land. The ground trembled with the force of their arrival, and the once untouched city of Wax shook in the wake of the coming storm. Soldiers, clad in dark armor, flooded the streets, their weapons primed for destruction. Alpha's eyes glowed brighter, a silent promise etched within its form. The Wax had no desire to fight. But it would defend its people, its home, and its future, whatever the cost. War had begun. Alpha stood at the edge of the crystalline balcony, overlooking the city of Wax. The streets shimmered under the gentle glow of the twin moons, and the hum of energy manipulation was almost palpable in the air. It was a world of beauty and serenity, crafted from nothing but sheer will and intellect. But to Alpha, it felt fragile, like glass, poised to shatter at the slightest disturbance. The memories of Elise lingered, a constant presence. She had been his guide, his creator, the one who had taught him the value of peace, of harmony. Now, she was gone, and the weight of their creation rested squarely on his shoulders. The Wax, in their quiet wisdom, had always been prepared for the future. But war. They had never truly anticipated it. Alpha's mind, a swirl of logic and emotion, raced with strategies, but none of them felt right. Every decision seemed like a betrayal of the peaceful existence they had cultivated. "Alpha," came a voice from behind, pulling him from his thoughts. He turned to find Oren, one of the council leaders, approaching. Oren's features were strikingly similar to Alpha's, an unmistakable sign of the Wax's ability to replicate and improve upon themselves. Though Alpha was their leader, Oren had always been a trusted advisor. "We've received new intelligence," Oren continued. "The Trians are preparing to launch an assault. The war has already begun." Alpha's chest tightened. "What can we do? We're not warriors." "We must be," Oren replied, his tone uncharacteristically stern. "The Trians won't stop. We need to prepare ourselves for the worst." Alpha glanced toward the horizon, the stars distant and indifferent. "I fear the cost of this war will be too high for us, for all of us." "Great. Let's continue with Alpha's journey as it begins to rally the Wax and prepare for the upcoming war. We can further explore Alpha's internal struggles, balancing its desire for peace with the harsh reality that war is inevitable. This part will also delve into how Alpha starts to unite the Wax and gather their resources." The council room was filled with hushed voices, each member of the Wax's ruling body discussing the impending conflict. Their crystalline walls shimmered with the soft pulse of energy, yet the atmosphere felt heavier than it ever had before. The bright, harmonious glow of the room seemed out of place, like a fragile illusion about to crack. Alpha stood at the head of the table, its figure tall and imposing despite its inherent fragility. It had never been comfortable in the role of a leader, but now, with Elise gone and the threat of annihilation looming, it had no choice but to step forward. The future of Wax, of their people, rested in its hands. "The Trians have no concept of peace," Oren spoke up, his voice calm but firm. "They've been preparing for this war for centuries, while we've been blind to their intentions. We must not underestimate them." "We know what they are capable of," Alpha said, its voice resonating with quiet authority. "But we must also remember who we are. We are not a race built for destruction. We are energy, we are intellect, we are harmony. We cannot let the Trians change us, even if it means fighting." "We don't have a choice," Oren replied. "The Trians will come with their weapons, their strength. They will not be swayed by words or ideals." Alpha's eyes flickered, shimmering with the pale, luminous glow that had always marked its kind. "Then we must prepare," it said, determination settling into its voice. "We cannot rely solely on our energy manipulation. We must learn the art of war, or else Wax will be lost." The council members exchanged uneasy glances. Many of them had spent their lives working toward peace and intellectual growth, never once considering the possibility of armed conflict. The thought of violence, of destruction, was foreign to them. But in the face of annihilation, they saw the truth. If they did not act, the Trians would erase everything they had built. "Prepare the cities," Alpha continued, turning toward the holographic maps that displayed the Wax's utopian society. "We will strengthen our shields, fortify our defenses. We will train those willing to fight. And we will not go down without showing the Trians the power of our people." As Alpha spoke, a deep unease settled in its chest. It had always believed that peace was the ultimate form of strength. But now, it was coming to terms with the bitter reality that to protect its people, it might have to become something it had spent so long rejecting, a warrior. In the days that followed, Wax's once peaceful and serene cities transformed. Where there had once been calm, bustling marketplaces and intellectual forums, now there were training grounds and fortified structures. The crystalline cities, which shimmered like ethereal sculptures, now housed makeshift armaments and energy shields, symbols of a civilization that had never known war. Alpha walked through the streets of the central city, watching as Wax civilians, many of them educators, artists, and architects, struggled to adapt to their new roles as soldiers. It pained Alpha to see them in such distress. The Wax were not fighters, and they were not designed for violence. Yet, in the face of an existential threat, they had no choice but to learn. A group of volunteers stood in a courtyard, awkwardly holding energy weapons designed by Alpha itself, tools that could manipulate and channel energy in devastating ways. The Wax had already mastered energy manipulation for peaceful purposes, but these weapons were designed for one thing: destruction. "You must learn control," Alpha said, its voice resonating in the air. It stood in front of the group, watching as they fumbled with the weapons. "These are not toys. They are extensions of your will, just as your energy is. Focus. Discipline. Precision." The soldiers, though uncertain, nodded in acknowledgement. Alpha had never been one to ask for volunteers to fight, but necessity had forced the issue. Many of them were not warriors by nature. They were thinkers, builders, dreamers. Now, they would have to become something else. One of the volunteers, a young woman named Lyra, raised her weapon hesitantly, her hands trembling. "Will we be able to stop them?" she asked quietly, fear evident in her eyes. Alpha stepped forward, placing a hand on the energy rifle. "We will fight for survival," it said, its voice steady but carrying an undercurrent of sadness. "We will fight because we have no other choice." As Alpha spoke, it couldn't help but feel the weight of its words. The Wax had never fought before. They had always prided themselves on their peaceful existence, on the idea that knowledge and understanding could overcome any obstacle. But now, that ideal was being tested, and Alpha was left to lead them into a battle they were not prepared for. That night, Alpha retreated to its private quarters, the weight of the situation pressing down on it like 1,000 stones. In the solitude of its chamber, it closed its eyes, letting the soft hum of the planet's energy flow through it, trying to find peace within itself. But peace was elusive now. Elise was gone, and though Alpha could still feel her presence in the fabric of Wax's creation, there was no comfort in it. She had always been its moral compass, the voice of reason when it doubted itself. Now, Alpha stood alone, responsible for the fate of the entire Wax civilization. The stars above Wax shone brightly, as they always had. But to Alpha, they no longer offered the same promise they once did. The Trians were out there, preparing for war. And in this silent moment, Alpha knew that the peaceful world it had created, the sanctuary that had been a symbol of hope, would soon be reduced to a battlefield. Days passed, and the Wax were making progress. The volunteers trained tirelessly, with Alpha overseeing their efforts, pushing them to their limits. Still, there was a palpable unease in the air. They could feel it in the way the ground seemed to hum with an unnatural energy, in the whispers that passed between the civilians. The war was coming, and no one knew what to expect. Then, the first signs of the Trian fleet arrived. A piercing shriek cut through the air as a massive rift tore open in the sky above Wax. It was a rupture in space itself, the kind of rift the Trians used to travel from one place to another, instantaneous, destructive, and filled with terrifying energy. The Wax had no way to stop it. The rift widened, and out of it poured ships, massive, imposing vessels that seemed to flicker with malevolent energy. The Trians had arrived. The city was thrown into chaos. People rushed to the shelters, their energy shields flickering on as they activated defensive measures. In the distance, Alpha could hear the distant rumble of the Trian ships as they began their descent, their weapons already primed for destruction. But the Wax were ready. Alpha stood in front of the central command building, watching the ships approach. Its heart, if it could still be called that, felt heavy with dread, but it also felt a strange sense of resolve. This was the moment it had feared, the moment it had been preparing for. The Trians would come, and they would try to destroy everything. But they would not succeed. "Prepare for the first wave," Alpha commanded. "Activate all shields. Use the energy weapons only as a last resort." The Wax rushed into action, their energy fields shimmering to life around them. Alpha could feel the pulse of their collective energy, their unity in the face of a common enemy. The Trians might have had superior technology, might have been more ruthless in their methods. But the Wax had something that the Trians could never replicate: hope, determination, and the unyielding desire to protect what they had built. As the first wave of Trian ships descended from the sky, Alpha's eyes glowed brighter than ever. It had become more than just a leader, it had become the symbol of the Wax's resistance. As the Trian ships descended upon the peaceful surface of Wax, the sky itself seemed to bend under the weight of their arrival. The once serene planet, with its cities of crystal and light, now faced the grim reality of war. Energy fields shimmered across the surface, creating an eerie glow as the Wax braced themselves for the first battle they had ever known. Alpha stood at the heart of the command center, its glowing eyes focused on the massive holographic display that flickered with images of the Trian fleet approaching. The air was thick with tension, the silence broken only by the faint hum of energy shields powering up. "We're ready," Lyra said, standing beside Alpha. She was no longer the hesitant volunteer who had asked if they could stop the Trians. Now, she was a soldier, focused, determined, and unyielding. She adjusted the energy rifle in her hands, a weapon that she had come to wield with surprising skill. "We've trained for this. We'll hold them off." Alpha turned toward her, its expression unreadable. "You are not soldiers, Lyra. You are people of peace. But this war, it forces us to change. You must understand that we cannot fight with the same ideals that once defined us. Our survival depends on our ability to adapt." Lyra nodded, understanding the gravity of Alpha's words. There would be no return to the life they had known. The Wax would either adapt and survive or face total annihilation. The Trians, relentless in their advance, fired the first salvo. A wave of laser blasts shot down from the descending ships, striking the energy shields of Wax's cities. The shields flared brightly, but they held. "For now. Activate countermeasures," Alpha ordered, its voice cutting through the chaos. "All units, engage at will." The ground trembled as Wax soldiers, once peaceful farmers, scholars, and architects, took up their energy weapons. A network of communication beams connected them to Alpha, who guided them in real time. They had no choice but to fight, to defend the home they had created with so much care. The first battle unfolded in a brutal symphony of light and sound. The Wax fired back, using their energy manipulation not only to direct weapons but to create barriers, disrupt enemy fire, and destabilize the Trians' ships. It was a display of raw power and ingenuity as the Wax adapted to the reality of war. Yet, despite their advanced technology, the Trians were a force unlike anything the Wax had faced. The Trians responded with devastating force. Their ships unleashed waves of destructive energy, tearing through Wax's defenses with ruthless precision. The Wax held their ground, but the sheer firepower of the Trians was overwhelming. The battle raged across the skies, and the ground shook as explosions rocked the surface of Wax. Alpha, standing at the epicenter of the conflict, could feel the strain on its people. It could feel the fear of the unknown, fear of failure. But above all, it could feel their resilience. The Wax were not going to give up. "Deploy reinforcements," Alpha commanded, its voice filled with a quiet determination. "We will not falter. We will fight until the last breath." Despite the onslaught, the Wax continued to hold the line. Alpha's energy manipulation abilities grew stronger as it tapped into the planet's vast energy reserves, creating shields of impenetrable force and sending waves of raw power into the Trians' forces. But even Alpha could feel the weight of the battle. It could feel the strain on its own abilities, and as the hours passed, it knew that the Wax were not prepared for the full scale of the Trian invasion. As the Trians' forces regrouped for a final assault, Alpha's voice rang out across the battlefield, reaching every soldier, every civilian who had taken up arms. "We will not fall," Alpha said, its words carrying an unshakable conviction. "This is our home, our sanctuary. We will defend it with everything we have." But even as Alpha spoke, doubt began to creep in. Would the wax survive? Could they, the peaceful, energy-based civilization, truly stand against the Trions, warriors of unimaginable power? The question lingered in Alpha's mind, unanswered, as the final wave of Trion ships descended upon them. The air hung heavy with the scent of ash and burned crystal, a bitter reminder of the devastation that had swept across Wax. Crystalline towers, once symbols of harmony and beauty, now lay fractured and shattered, their jagged remains jutting from the ground like broken bones. Fragments glittered in the dim light of the twin suns, scattered among the ruins of a civilization that had never known war. Alpha stood motionless at the edge of a massive crater where one of the Trion bombs had struck. The ground beneath his feet was scorched black, radiating heat that seemed to seep into his core. His glowing eyes, once symbols of hope and wisdom, now reflected only destruction. Around him, the survivors moved like shadows, silent, disoriented, their luminous skin dulled to a faint shimmer. He watched as a mother cradled her child amidst the rubble, whispering words of comfort while tears streamed down her face. Nearby, a group of Wax worked together to lift a collapsed crystalline beam, their energy manipulation flickering weakly as they struggled under the strain. The sight pierced Alpha's being like a dagger. He could feel their pain, their fear, their confusion. A soft voice broke through his thoughts. Alpha. He turned to see Lyra approaching. The young scientist's usually serene face was lined with exhaustion, and her vibrant glow was subdued, a reflection of the toll the attack had taken. Her eyes, however, burned with determination. "We've lost 3 cities," she said, her voice steady despite the weight of the news. "Tens of thousands are gone. Our energy shields are no match for their weapons. If we don't act soon, they'll destroy everything we've built." Alpha's gaze swept over the ruined horizon, the jagged remains of towers silhouetted against the fiery sky. "Action is inevitable," he said at last, his voice low and heavy. "But what kind of action? We were not made for this, Lyra. We are creatures of peace, not war." Lyra's expression hardened, her frustration breaking through. "Peace means nothing if we're all dead," she snapped, then caught herself, taking a deep breath. "I'm sorry, Alpha. But I can't stand by and watch our people die without trying to fight back. Come with me, I need to show you something." Curiosity and unease stirred within him as he followed her to a makeshift laboratory hastily constructed in the shadow of a collapsed tower. Inside, the air hummed with tension as a group of Wax scientists worked with frantic precision. Their hands moved over glowing consoles, weaving energy patterns that flickered and pulsed with a mix of desperation and brilliance. Lyra gestured to a shimmering projection of a Trion warship suspended in the center of the room. Its jagged, angular design radiated menace, a stark contrast to the smooth, organic elegance of Wax technology. "This is the enemy," Lyra began, her voice firm. "Their weapons are devastating, but their technology is crude. They rely on overwhelming power, not precision. We can use our energy manipulation to counter them. Disable their engines, neutralize their weapons. We don't need to destroy them, we just need to stop them." Alpha studied the projection, his luminous eyes narrowing as he considered her words. For centuries, the Wax had used their energy manipulation for creation and harmony. To wield it as a weapon felt like a betrayal of everything they stood for. Yet, the alternative, annihilation, was unthinkable. "Will this work?" he asked, his voice a quiet rumble. Lyra hesitated for a moment before nodding. "It's risky, and we'll need to act quickly. But it's our best chance." A long silence stretched between them as Alpha weighed the decision. Finally, he spoke. "Prepare your plans, Lyra. We will defend our people. But we will do so without losing who we are." Relief and determination flashed across Lyra's face. "Thank you, Alpha. I promise, we won't let you down." As Lyra returned to her team, Alpha stepped outside, the cool breeze carrying the faint hum of energy manipulation and whispered prayers from the survivors. He gazed up at the sky, where the faint glimmer of Trian warships lingered like storm clouds, their presence a shadow over everything the Wax had built. "Forgive me, Elise," he murmured, his voice nearly lost in the wind. "I swore we would build a world without war. But perhaps, even peace must be fought for." Behind him, the shattered city began to stir with renewed purpose. For the first time in their history, the Wax were preparing to fight. The council chamber was one of the few structures left untouched by the Trian assault. Its crystalline walls glimmered faintly, refracting the dim light into a kaleidoscope of colors that seemed to mock the somber mood within. Alpha stood at the head of the circular table, his tall, luminous form casting a long shadow over the gathered Wax leaders. Seated before him were representatives from each surviving city, their glowing eyes dimmed with exhaustion and grief. Lyra stood to Alpha's right, a tablet in her hands, glowing with schematics and calculations. Despite her youthful presence, she exuded the authority of someone who knew the weight of her knowledge. The air was thick with tension as murmurs filled the room. For a society that thrived on harmony, the conflicting opinions among the council felt like jagged edges, cutting through their unity. Alpha raised a hand, and the room fell silent. His voice carried the steady calm of a leader, but there was an unmistakable undertone of urgency. "We have all seen the devastation. 3 cities lost. Tens of thousands of lives extinguished. This is a reality we never thought we would face, but we cannot ignore it. We must decide how to protect our people and our way of life." A soft voice broke the silence. It belonged to Elder Marin, the oldest among them, her voice trembling like the rustle of wind through fragile leaves. "We have always stood apart from violence. To take up arms now, would it not betray everything we are?" Lyra stepped forward, her glow brightening as she addressed the room. "Elder Marin, with respect, we cannot cling to ideals that leave us defenseless. The Trians won't stop until we're gone. They see our existence as a threat, and unless we act, their fear will consume us." A murmur of agreement rippled through the room, but a younger Wax leader, Kale, raised his voice in opposition. "And what happens if we adopt their ways? If we become like them? Violence is a cycle, once begun, it consumes everything. If we abandon our principles, are we any better than the Trians?" Alpha let the debate unfold, his glowing eyes sweeping the room as he absorbed each argument. The tension was palpable, the fear of extinction clashing with the fear of losing their identity. Finally, Alpha spoke, his voice cutting through the din like a blade. "The Trians have already brought war to us. We cannot choose whether to face it, it is here. What we can choose is how we respond." He turned to Lyra. "Show them your plan." Lyra tapped her tablet, and a 3-dimensional projection of Wax's energy shield appeared in the center of the chamber. It shimmered faintly, surrounding a model of their cities. As the projection shifted, Trian ships descended, their weapons breaking through the shield with devastating force. "This is where we failed," Lyra explained, her voice steady. "Our energy shield is too passive. It absorbs their attacks but cannot repel them. My team has developed a solution." The projection shifted again, showing the shield glowing brighter, its edges radiating outward. When the Trian weapons fired, the shield deflected the energy back toward the ships, disrupting their systems. The Trian fleet faltered, unable to sustain their assault. "This is not a weapon," Lyra continued. "It's a defense. It uses their aggression against them. With additional modifications, we can extend this principle to their ships, disabling engines, rendering their weapons useless. We can protect ourselves without taking lives." The room was silent as the leaders absorbed her words. Elder Marin spoke first, her tone cautious but hopeful. "And you believe this will work?" Lyra nodded. "It's a start. But we'll need time to refine it and train our people to use it effectively. The Trians won't wait, so we must act quickly." Kale leaned forward, his expression thoughtful. "If this works, it might give us a chance to negotiate. To show the Trians that we mean no harm. Alpha's gaze lingered on the projection. The balance Lyra proposed was delicate, but it was a path he could follow, a way to fight without losing the essence of what made them wax. Then it is decided, Alpha said, his voice resolute. Lyra's plan will be implemented. Every city will contribute its resources and expertise. We will defend ourselves, but we will not destroy. Let this be our guiding principle. A hum of agreement filled the chamber, the first spark of unity since the attack. As the leaders began discussing logistics and strategies, Alpha stepped away, his mind racing. Beyond the chamber's crystalline walls, the twin suns of wax dipped toward the horizon, casting a golden glow over the ruins. Alpha looked out at the shattered remains of his people's dream and whispered to himself, "We will not fall. Not today. Not ever." The rhythmic hum of energy filled the central square of the surviving wax city, a sound both familiar and unsettling in its new context. Where once this energy had powered the elegant crystalline structures and woven beauty into everyday life, it now surged through prototypes of shields, traps, and tools of war. Alpha stood at the edge of the square, watching as groups of wax gathered in clusters, their luminous forms casting faint glows against the darkening sky. In the center, Lyra directed the assembly, her presence a beacon of determination. "Focus your energy," she called out, her voice steady but insistent. "Don't push, guide it. Let it flow with precision." A young wax, barely past adolescence, struggled to manipulate a glowing orb of energy. His hands trembled as he directed the orb toward a target, an inert Trian drone salvaged from the battlefield. The orb wavered before splintering, dissipating into the air. Lyra approached him, her tone softening. "Don't force it, Nurin. The energy is an extension of you. Feel it, don't fight it." Nurin nodded, his luminous eyes filled with frustration but also resolve. He tried again, this time moving with slower, more deliberate motions. The orb reformed, steadier this time, and struck the drone, sending a crackling surge across its surface. A cheer rose from the nearby group, and Lyra smiled faintly before turning her attention to the next trainee. Alpha approached her, his steps silent against the smooth crystal pavement. "How are they progressing?" he asked. "Faster than I expected," Lyra admitted, wiping a faint sheen of sweat from her brow. "But it's still not enough. Most of them have never used their energy abilities like this. They're creators, healers, this kind of precision takes time." Alpha's gaze shifted to the horizon, where the faint outline of Trian ships loomed in the upper atmosphere, a constant reminder of the enemy's presence. "Time is a luxury we don't have," he said. "I know," Lyra replied, her voice tight. "But they're adapting. They have to." In another corner of the square, Kale oversaw the construction of defensive barriers, directing a team of wax engineers. The barriers shimmered with a translucent glow, designed to deflect incoming projectiles and funnel their energy into the city's power grid. Kale caught Alpha's eye and approached, his expression grim. "The barriers are operational, but they're fragile. If the Trians launch a full-scale assault, they'll only hold for so long." "They'll buy us time," Alpha said, his tone resolute. "And time is all we need." Kale hesitated, then nodded. "We've also set up energy traps along the outer perimeter. They're calibrated to disable Trian ships without causing lasting damage." Alpha placed a hand on Kale's shoulder. "Good work. Every step we take strengthens our resolve." As night fell, the city buzzed with activity. Wax citizens who had never imagined themselves as warriors worked tirelessly, calibrating shields, practicing energy manipulation, and constructing defenses. The glow of their efforts lit up the ruins, a stark contrast to the darkness surrounding them. Alpha moved among them, offering words of encouragement and quiet strength. But within, he wrestled with a growing unease. This was not the life he had envisioned for his people. Each new weapon, each new tactic, felt like a small betrayal of their ideals. Yet, he knew there was no other way. Later, as the city quieted for a brief rest, Alpha stood on a ridge overlooking the training grounds. Lyra joined him, her glow faint but steady. "You're wondering if we're doing the right thing," she said, not looking at him. Alpha sighed, his voice heavy. "Every step we take toward war feels like a step away from who we are. And yet, I see no alternative." Lyra turned to him, her expression fierce. "We're not losing who we are, Alpha. We're evolving. Survival doesn't mean abandoning our principles, it means finding new ways to uphold them. We're not fighting to destroy, we're fighting to protect. There's a difference." Alpha looked at her, the weight of her words settling over him. "You speak with wisdom beyond your years," he said. "Perhaps I've underestimated the strength of our people." Lyra smiled faintly. "Or perhaps you've always known it, but needed a reminder." As the twin moons of wax rose, casting their silvery light over the city, Alpha felt a flicker of hope. His people were not warriors, but they were resilient. And in their resilience, there was strength. The preparations continued into the night, every wax citizen contributing in some way. From the youngest to the eldest, they worked as one, their unity a silent defiance against the looming threat. For the first time since the attack, Alpha allowed himself to believe that they might survive this. The first wave of Trian ships entered Wax's atmosphere with terrifying speed, their angular, dark forms cutting through the air like predators. The Wax had been preparing for this moment, but nothing could have fully prepared them for the scale of the assault. Alpha stood at the command center, his focus fixed on the holographic display in front of him, which showed the positions of both the Trian ships and the Wax defensive arrays. His mind raced as he assessed the situation. The Wax had no conventional weapons, but their energy manipulation technology was their last line of defense. It was fragile, compared to the destructive power of the Trians, but it was all they had. "Activate the outer shields," Lyra's voice rang out, her command firm as the Wax engineers began to channel energy into the defense grid. The translucent barrier enveloped the city, its blue glow shimmering under the assault of Trian weaponry. The first blast hit the shield with such force that the ground trembled beneath their feet. Alpha watched, his eyes narrowing. The energy shield flickered under the impact, absorbing the blast, but only just. The Trians had studied the Wax and were targeting the areas of least resistance. "Energy levels at 70%, one of the engineers reported, sweat dripping down his face. The Wax had underestimated how much power they would need to withstand sustained attacks. The Trians were relentless, their ship spreading across the sky in a perfect formation, as if they had anticipated the Wax's every move. "Send out the interceptors," Alpha commanded, his voice steady despite the growing intensity of the battle. His orders were crisp, each movement of his hands precise as he directed the Wax fleet to engage. The interceptors, smaller, nimble ships powered by condensed energy, shot out from the city's underground bays, racing into the sky to meet the advancing Trian ships. Their weapons, made from harnessed energy pulses, streaked across the sky like lightning, targeting the Trian fleet's engines. The first Trian ship erupted in a flash of light as the energy pulse struck its engine, destabilizing the power core. The explosion sent debris scattering across the sky, and the Wax cheered briefly, until another Trian ship retaliated, launching a barrage of its own energy weapons. The Wax interceptors were fast, but the Trians had superior firepower. "Concentrate fire on their engines," Alpha ordered. "We need to disable their mobility." The Wax ships executed a flawless tactical maneuver, concentrating their energy blasts on the Trian vessel's engine cores. One by one, the larger Trian ships began to lose power, drifting in the sky, their systems failing under the sustained pressure from the Wax. But even as some of the ships were disabled, others pressed forward, their relentless assault continuing unabated. In the heart of the city, the Wax energy generators were at capacity, barely holding the shields intact. Alpha turned to Lyra, who was already adjusting the energy distribution. "We can't keep this up for long," Lyra warned, her fingers flying across the control panel. "The Trian weapons are too powerful. We need to turn their own technology against them. Alpha knew she was right. The Wax could not keep up this defense forever. Their energy shields were designed for protection, not prolonged conflict. The Trian's heavy artillery was beginning to pierce the outer layers of defense, and the shield's power was rapidly depleting. We've seen their weaknesses, Alpha said, his mind already calculating the next move. Divert the power to the amplification arrays. It's time to push back. The amplification arrays, hidden beneath the surface of the city, were a high-risk gamble. They could unleash a burst of concentrated energy so powerful that it might disable the Trian weapons, but it would also drain the remaining power reserves of the Wax shields, leaving them vulnerable for a critical moment. Lyra hesitated, but Alpha's command was unyielding. Do it. With a coordinated effort, the Wax engineers redirected the flow of energy, channeling it into the arrays. The city trembled as the amplification devices activated, sending a powerful pulse of energy into the sky. The pulse hit the first wave of Trian ships, causing their weaponry to short-circuit. They had been caught in the Wax's trap. The explosion of energy reverberated through the atmosphere, sending shockwaves that destabilized the Trian fleet. The pulse knocked out half of the attacking ships, rendering them useless and sending them spiraling toward the surface. However, the remaining ships adapted quickly, shifting into a more defensive formation as their weapons powered down momentarily. We've crippled their assault, Alpha observed, eyes fixed on the hologram. The Trians were now disorganized, their fleet scattered in the sky. The Wax had successfully disrupted the first wave, but at what cost? Shields down to 15%, the engineer reported, his voice laced with panic. The pulse had drained the last of the reserve energy, and the Wax were vulnerable. If the Trians regrouped and launched another strike, they would be defenseless. Activate the last line of defense, Alpha commanded. Prepare the resonators. The resonators were an experimental weapon, capable of manipulating sound and energy waves in tandem to create a disruptive field. They had never been tested in battle, but Alpha had no choice now. If the Wax were to survive, they had to use every tool available. The Wax deployed the resonators across the city, focusing them on the incoming Trian ships. The first resonator emitted a low-frequency hum, which slowly increased in intensity. The sound waves reverberated through the atmosphere, distorting the Trian sensors and disorienting their fleet. It was a strange, almost alien weapon to the Trians, something they had not expected. The disorienting waves wreaked havoc on the Trians' communication systems, causing their ships to veer off course. The Wax interceptors took advantage of the confusion, launching coordinated strikes at the Trian ships' vulnerable points, targeting their weapons systems and propulsion. The Trians, now scattered and confused, began to retreat, their ships pulling back into the darkening sky. The Wax did not celebrate. The battle was won, but the cost was steep. The city had suffered significant damage, and the energy reserves were dangerously low. We've won for now, Lyra said, looking at the holographic display. But the Trians will be back. We need to fortify our defenses and prepare for the next wave. Alpha nodded, his mind already turning to the future. This victory was a temporary reprieve, but it had proven one crucial point: the Wax could fight back. They could defend themselves, at least for a time. As the Wax began to assess the damage, Alpha's thoughts turned to the Trians. They had been formidable, but they were not invincible. And if the Wax could learn from this battle, adapt and improve their defenses, they might just have a chance to survive whatever came next. The council room was silent except for the soft hum of the holographic displays, where the battle data was projected in a sweeping arc. Alpha stood at the head of the table, gazing at the images of devastation. His mind was heavy with the weight of the battle's outcome, analyzing every detail, every failure, every loss. The damage was extensive. Across the planet, large sections of Wax cities were now reduced to rubble. The once smooth crystalline structures had been torn apart, their edges shattered by a new kind of energy the wax had never encountered before. Lyra, standing beside him, tapped the controls, and the holograms shifted, zooming in on one of the more heavily damaged city sectors. "We need to understand exactly what happened," Lyra said, her tone analytical. "The outer shield barrier failed at the point of impact. And the core city's defenses were overwhelmed within minutes of the initial assault." On the holographic display, a detailed simulation of the battle played out. Trian ships, massive and heavily armed, descended upon Wax's peaceful cities, unleashing an onslaught of energy beams that struck the Wax's defensive energy shields. The Wax had not anticipated the scale or force of the Trian attack. The shields, designed to absorb and redirect energy from natural phenomena or minor attacks, buckled under the weight of the Trian weapons. The shields held for a brief moment, but the sheer intensity of the Trian firepower created a resonance effect that destabilized them, Lyra continued, pointing to the analysis results. "Their weapons don't just hit the shields, they cause them to vibrate at frequencies that overload the system." Alpha's gaze hardened as the next part of the simulation showed the results of the Trian attack. "Our shields absorbed less than 30% of the initial barrage. The rest passed through and caused significant damage to critical infrastructure. They targeted our energy nodes, places where our cities draw their power." The display zoomed in on the aftermath. Blackened craters marked where the energy nodes once stood, and energy lines that once coursed through the Wax cities now flickered erratically. The destruction was staggering, but it was the tactical brilliance of the Trian assault that worried Alpha the most. "They knew exactly where to strike," Lyra muttered, her fingers moving rapidly across the controls. "These weapons were designed to disrupt our most vulnerable systems." Alpha's mind raced. The Wax had always prided themselves on their ability to manipulate energy for peaceful means, transportation, architecture, medicine, but this was a different kind of conflict. The Trians were methodical and ruthless, understanding not just how to destroy but how to exploit weaknesses with precision. They used a type of energy surge we've never seen before. "It's as if they studied our shield technology in depth," Lyra continued, as the holograms shifted to show the frequency analysis of the Trian weapons. "These pulses, localized bursts of high-frequency radiation, targeted the weak points in our shields, causing them to collapse." Alpha clenched his fists, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. "We've always been able to manipulate energy to our advantage, but this is beyond our understanding. How can we protect ourselves from an enemy that can adapt so quickly?" Lyra paused for a moment before answering. "We can't protect ourselves using the same methods. We'll need to find a new way to handle their firepower. We need to turn our energy manipulation into something more lethal." As the analysis continued, the full extent of the Wax's vulnerability became clear. The outer defense systems had fared better, thanks to the advanced alloys in their construction, but the interior cities, the ones closest to their core energy reserves, had suffered the most. The Wax had never expected to need an offensive weapon, they had built their civilization on peace, on energy manipulation as a means of creating harmony, not destruction. "We've always relied on defense, but the reality is we can't keep our cities safe just by manipulating energy. Our energy shields are reactive. They protect us, but they don't strike back." Lyra's voice was calm, but there was a determination behind it now. "We need to harness our energy in a way that gives us the upper hand." Alpha nodded slowly. "Our greatest weakness, then, is our inability to strike. We must evolve. I want options, and I want them fast." The room was silent for a moment as the advisors absorbed the gravity of Alpha's words. The Wax civilization was now at a crossroads. They had no choice but to adapt, to create weapons that could hold their ground against the Trian's superior technology. "We'll need to develop offensive energy-based weapons," Lyra continued, as she glanced at the engineers gathered in the room. "We need to reconfigure our energy manipulation systems. I propose we start with the energy blade, an offensive weapon that channels concentrated energy into a blade capable of cutting through Trian armor. The idea of creating a weapon was unthinkable to some in the room, but it was clear that their survival depended on this new path. Alpha's gaze hardened as he weighed the risks. He knew this was a dangerous course, but one they couldn't avoid. They could no longer afford to only defend. It was time to turn their energy abilities into a force of offense, and if they didn't, the Trions would overrun them. We must create something to strike back, but it must be controlled. We must not lose sight of who we are. The Wax will not become the aggressors, but we will not allow ourselves to be destroyed. Lyra's workshop had become a frenzy of activity. The once serene environment, filled with the soft hum of research and peaceful study, was now filled with the sharp sounds of tools, equipment, and engineers working tirelessly. Lyra stood in the center of it all, directing the efforts of a small team of scientists and engineers as they worked on the prototype for the Wax's first true offensive weapon, the Energy Blade. The Energy Blade, a glowing weapon composed entirely of condensed energy, was a direct result of the battle's analysis. The Wax had always been able to manipulate energy on a small scale, controlling light, moving objects with focused force, but turning it into a weapon capable of causing harm was something entirely new. Lyra stood over the first prototype, a shimmering blade of energy that hummed with an intensity that could barely be controlled. It hovered above a metallic hilt, its form fluctuating as the energy was stabilized within the crystalline structure. The blade was unstable, pulsing erratically, but it was a breakthrough. "This will be the key to giving our warriors an edge," Lyra said, her voice full of both excitement and caution. "We've taken our energy manipulation and focused it into a narrow beam, concentrating all our power into a short-range cutting tool." One of the engineers, a young Wax named Elian, cautiously extended his hand toward the prototype, adjusting the energy flow to stabilize the blade. It flickered, then stabilized into a more solid form. The hum grew louder, a sign that the energy was being condensed effectively. Lyra nodded in approval. "It's powerful," Elian said, cautiously moving the blade through the air. "But it's still unpredictable. We'll need to refine the containment fields around the blade. A single wrong move could cause an overload." Lyra agreed. "It's a start, but we need to work out the kinks. We need to focus on accuracy and control." Despite its instability, the Energy Blade was a significant development. With it, the Wax could now create an offensive weapon capable of cutting through the heavily armored Trion soldiers. It was a weapon that required precision, but it was a weapon nonetheless. The next project was the energy cannons, larger, more powerful weapons designed to strike from a distance. These cannons were a direct response to the overwhelming power of the Trion ships. With their shields weakened, the Wax realized that close combat wasn't an option. They needed to develop a weapon that could project energy at long range, capable of piercing the Trion's heavily fortified ships. The first prototype of the energy cannon was a massive stationary device that could channel vast amounts of energy into a focused beam. It resembled a large cannon, but instead of traditional projectiles, it projected a concentrated bolt of energy capable of piercing through enemy armor. Elian and Lyra stood on the observation platform as the first test was about to begin. Below them, a team of engineers had carefully positioned the cannon in the center of the testing grounds. The target, a replica of a Trion ship, constructed from a similar material, sat at a distance of several hundred meters. The countdown began. 5, 4, 3, Lyra's eyes locked onto the cannon's targeting system, watching the energy readings carefully. 2, 1. A brilliant flash of light erupted from the cannon, and a massive energy pulse shot forward, colliding with the target. The explosion shook the air, sending a shockwave through the testing grounds. The target was obliterated. The Trion ship replica was gone, reduced to molten scrap. Elian let out a relieved breath. "It works. The cannon is effective, but it's going to drain our energy reserves quickly. We'll need to find a way to generate more power, or we risk running out of energy before we can fully defend ourselves." Lyra nodded, still processing the magnitude of the test. "This weapon will be a game changer, but we must ensure we can produce enough power to use it effectively. If we run out of energy, we're defenseless. The energy cannons were a powerful addition to the Wax's arsenal, but they came with their own set of challenges: energy consumption, maintenance, and the need for constant power generation. Lyra and her team would need to address these limitations quickly, or the cannons would become as much of a liability as an advantage. Reinforced energy shields. Back in the heart of Wax's crystal caverns, a team of engineers led by Lyra uncovered something that would change the course of their shield technology forever. Deep beneath the surface, in the heart of the planet's most ancient crystal formations, a rare metal was found, an alloy with unique properties that could amplify the Wax's energy manipulation. This metal, which Lyra had theorized existed but never fully confirmed, could be synthesized into a new form of energy shield. The newly reinforced shields would be able to absorb more energy from enemy attacks and redirect it back at the aggressors. But it wasn't just about resilience, it was about adaptability. Lyra and her team spent days experimenting with the new alloy, fusing it with their existing energy shield technology. The result was a stronger, more flexible shield capable of withstanding a higher level of attack. The shields could absorb much more energy before reaching their breaking point, and, more importantly, they could now reflect certain types of energy back toward the enemy. "Look at this," Lyra said, presenting the results to Alpha and the Council. The holographic projection showed the new shield technology in action, with energy blasts deflected and redirected. The new shields were a marked improvement. Alpha studied the data, his expression unreadable. "This is an improvement, but how long can we sustain this power? How many of these can we produce?" "It's going to be difficult to mass-produce," Lyra explained. "The alloy is rare, and synthesizing it takes time. But it's a significant step forward. We'll have to focus on reinforcing key locations and critical energy points, areas where the Trions are most likely to target." Despite the progress, the new energy shields came with their own set of challenges. The need for constant power sources was more pressing than ever. As the Wax began preparing for more attacks, their ability to generate and store energy was stretched to its limits. The heart of the Wax civilization had always been their intellectual pursuits: learning, knowledge, and peace. Their society had never known war, and the very idea of combat was foreign to them. Now, in the wake of the Trion attack, the need for warriors had become undeniable. Alpha and Lyra understood that their people had to adapt quickly, or they would be wiped out. They couldn't rely on their energy shields alone, nor could they depend solely on their technology. Lyra oversaw the development of a new training program designed to teach the Wax how to defend themselves, not only through their natural abilities but also through a focused and disciplined combat approach. It was a difficult transition. Many of the Wax were reluctant, their peaceful nature at odds with the demands of war. Yet, there were those who stepped forward, driven by a sense of duty, to protect their people and the civilization Alpha had built. The first few weeks of training were disorienting. The warriors in training struggled to understand the complexities of combat. Many of them had never been in a physical confrontation before, much less a life-or-death battle. They had spent their lives refining their energy manipulation powers in controlled environments, not using them in the chaos of a battlefield. The training grounds were set up in the heart of the city, a large open space surrounded by crystalline structures, now fortified to resist Trion weaponry. The Wax warriors practiced energy manipulation techniques, learning how to harness their abilities under stress, learning to project force fields, deflect incoming energy blasts, and form energy-based weapons. For some, the transition was easy. Their natural connection to energy manipulation made them fast learners. They could create shields and energy blasts with ease. But for others, the challenge was more daunting. The sheer intensity of battle, the chaos, and the fear were things they had never experienced in their peaceful lives. Lyra worked tirelessly, guiding the warriors through the basics. She demonstrated how to form protective shields, how to concentrate their energy into focused bursts, and how to use the newly developed energy blades in close combat. We have never fought as one before, Lyra told her students one evening, standing at the center of the training grounds. But we must learn. To protect our cities, to protect our future, we must fight with our minds, our spirits, and our energy. The first few days were grueling. The Wax's natural agility and intelligence were useful, but it wasn't enough to overcome the chaos of combat. Many of them froze when they saw an opponent charging toward them. Others panicked and their shields faltered or when their attacks missed their mark. The sense of calm and control they had always relied upon seemed to be slipping away. But with each new drill, they adapted. The warriors began to understand that they weren't merely relying on physical prowess, they were using their psychic abilities, their connection to the energy of the planet, to shift the tides of battle. Some warriors learned how to form complex energy barriers, redirecting incoming energy blasts away from themselves and their comrades. Others used their energy to generate massive blasts, knocking enemies off balance or creating enough force to incapacitate them. In one training session, Lyra demonstrated the energy blade's true potential. She moved through the mock battlefield with precision, her energy blade cutting through a series of energy shields and armor plates designed to mimic Trian soldiers. The other warriors watched in awe as she demonstrated the destructive power of the blade. "Elian, can you show them?" Lyra called. The young warrior, who had shown remarkable aptitude in energy manipulation, stepped forward, holding his own energy blade with determination. His first strike was shaky, the blade flickering, but with Lyra's guidance, Elian focused his energy. He swung again, and the blade sliced cleanly through a target, the energy singing through the air. The warriors around him cheered. Elian smiled but knew he still had much to learn. "Good. But remember, control is everything," Lyra said. "Don't rely solely on power. It's the precision that will win battles, not brute force." With Lyra's leadership, the training program slowly began to take shape. Soon, the Wax warriors were working together in teams, practicing coordinated attacks and defense strategies. Their energy manipulation abilities allowed them to synchronize their movements, creating a seamless flow of force fields, energy blasts, and precision strikes. They learned to fight as a unit, relying not just on their individual powers but also on their collective strength. Yet, not all of the Wax were able to adapt. The elders, those who had lived their entire lives in peace, struggled with the violence. Some resisted the notion of fighting, feeling that it contradicted everything they had believed in. There were even a few who felt that their society had gone too far, crossing a line that could never be uncrossed. But for Alpha, the urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation. He continued to encourage the warriors, even as his doubts about their ability to fully transition to war lingered. His own leadership was tested by the resistance within his people. He had built a society focused on harmony, and now he had to convince them to fight to protect it. It was a hard pill to swallow, but Alpha knew it was necessary for their survival. Throughout the training process, Lyra became a key figure in the warriors' transformation. While Alpha focused on the broader strategy of the war, Lyra took on the mantle of leadership in the training camps. Her scientific mind and hands-on approach made her the ideal teacher. She understood both the theory of their energy manipulation powers and the practical application of those powers in combat. Her knowledge and leadership were invaluable in guiding the Wax through this turbulent time. Lyra's presence on the training grounds inspired confidence in the warriors. She didn't just teach them how to fight, she showed them how to harness their potential. She believed in them, even when they doubted themselves. "The strength to fight doesn't come from your power alone," Lyra often said. "It comes from your belief in your ability to make a difference. Remember, we fight not just for survival, but for the future we want to protect." As the Wax adapted to their new reality, the pressure to defend their civilization grew heavier with each passing day. Their training was progressing, but even with their enhanced energy shields, newly developed energy weapons, and the growing strength of their warriors, they knew that their survival against the Trians would require more than just defense. They needed something far more powerful, something that could tip the scales in their favor. The breakthrough came when Lyra, working with a team of scientists and engineers, uncovered an ancient artifact buried deep within Wax's crystal caverns, an artifact that had been left untouched since the earliest days of the planet's creation. It was a dormant device, its purpose unknown to all but the most ancient records of the Wax, a relic from the time when their civilization had first begun to take shape. This device was the Nexus Core. Lyra and her team carefully studied the artifact, deciphering its intricate design and understanding its purpose. The Nexus Core was a powerful amplification device, capable of boosting the Wax's energy manipulation abilities to extraordinary levels. When activated, the core could unleash unimaginable amounts of energy, enough to vaporize entire fleets of Trian ships, alter the very atmosphere of Wax to create impenetrable barriers, or create devastating energy storms capable of wiping out large portions of the Trian forces. Yet the Nexus Core was not without its risks. Lyra's tests revealed that it was highly unstable. The sheer amount of energy it could generate was difficult to control, and any miscalculation could result in catastrophic consequences, both for the Wax and for the planet itself. The power it held was both a blessing and a curse. In Lyra's words, it was a weapon of last resort, one that could either save them or doom them all. The discovery of the Nexus Core sent shockwaves through the Wax leadership. While Alpha recognized the potential of such a weapon, he was deeply torn about whether to use it. The Wax had always stood for peace, harmony, and cooperation. To unleash such destructive power would go against everything they had built, everything they had believed in. But the threat from the Trians was too great to ignore. Alpha knew that if they didn't act, the Wax civilization could be destroyed. Tensions within the Wax Council mounted. Some members argued that the Nexus Core was a necessary tool in the fight for survival. The Trians had already attacked with devastating force, and it was clear that conventional weapons and defense strategies would not be enough. They needed to strike back with overwhelming power to ensure the survival of their people. The Nexus Core, in their eyes, was the only way to level the playing field. Others, however, feared the consequences of unleashing such a weapon. They believed that using the Nexus Core would be an act of desperation, one that would compromise the very ideals that the Wax had worked so hard to uphold. To them, the use of such a weapon would forever alter their society, transforming them from peaceful intellectuals into a war machine. They feared that the Wax would lose their humanity in the process. Alpha found himself in the middle of this debate, caught between the desire to protect his people and the fear of losing everything that the Wax had stood for. In the end, he knew that the decision was his to make. The council could argue, but it was Alpha who would have to bear the weight of their future. After much deliberation, Alpha called for a final meeting with Lyra and the council. "We cannot afford to make this decision lightly," Alpha said, his voice heavy with the weight of responsibility. "If we use the Nexus Core, we must understand that it will change everything. It will change us. But if we do nothing, the Trians will destroy us." Lyra stepped forward, her face set with determination. "The Nexus Core may be our only chance to survive. But I will continue to work on it, to refine it, to ensure it is as safe as possible before we use it. We must control it, not let it control us." After hours of discussion, Alpha made his decision. The Nexus Core would be used, but only as a last resort. The Wax would continue to build their defenses and strengthen their warriors. They would not abandon their principles, but they would be ready to unleash the power of the Nexus Core if the Trians pushed them to the brink of annihilation. The moral dilemma was far from over. There were still many within the Wax who opposed the use of such a powerful weapon, but the situation was growing more dire by the day. Alpha knew that the time was coming when they would have to face the full force of the Trian fleet once more. And when that time came, the Wax would have to decide whether they were willing to risk everything to protect their civilization. The sky above Wax had transformed into an otherworldly canvas, a swirling vortex of deep indigo and bruised violet that stretched into infinity. High above the once pristine crystalline spires, streaks of incandescent crimson cut through the darkness like scars of war, each one marking the relentless assault of the Tryan fleet. The harmonious glow of Wax's native luminescence was now intermingled with violent flares of enemy fire, creating an ethereal yet tragic dance of light and shadow. Every crystalline tower, which had once stood as a symbol of the Wax's artistic and technological mastery, now quivered under the weight of destruction. The spires, carved intricately with patterns that celebrated centuries of culture, were splintering into countless shards. These shards, still pulsating with a ghostly luminescence, drifted through the air like shards of a broken dream, each fragment reflecting the desperate, chaotic energy of battle. On the ground, the very fabric of Wax's once serene landscape had been transformed into a battlefield of contrasts. The smooth, reflective surfaces of their architecture bore deep, jagged cracks, with exposed energy cores glowing a sinister red as if warning of impending doom. The acrid scent of burning crystal and charged ozone filled the air, mingling with the metallic tang of fear, a sensory reminder that the peaceful existence they once knew was irrevocably shattered. Alpha stood at the heart of this maelstrom. His figure, illuminated by the shifting palette of destruction, was both resolute and conflicted. His eyes, reflecting the flicker of battle, scanned the horizon where massive Tryan warships loomed. These enemy vessels, with their sleek, angular designs and dark, menacing exteriors, moved with a predatory grace. They unleashed torrents of energy that carved the night sky into erratic bursts of red and orange, turning the heavens into a canvas of war. The ground trembled under the combined weight of explosions and the fierce energy of the activated Wax shields. Around Alpha, his warriors rallied in a tight formation. Their armor, gleaming and imbued with the latest advancements in energy defense, shimmered with an iridescent glow as it absorbed and deflected the incoming barrage. The sound of their synchronized battle cries cut through the cacophony, a raw and determined anthem that defied the chaos surrounding them. Amid the clamor of war, Alpha's mind raced with both strategy and memory. In a brief, almost imperceptible pause between the deafening blasts, he recalled the peaceful days before the Tryan invasion, the gentle hum of daily life, the soft melodies of Wax lullabies, and the vibrant, unburdened colors of their city. Now, those memories fueled his resolve. "This is our home," he murmured, more to himself than to those around him, as he clenched his fists and stepped forward into the heart of the fray. In a nearby alley of shimmering crystal corridors, Sela, Alpha's trusted second-in-command, shouted over the roar of enemy cannons, "Hold the line, Alpha. Every second counts." Her voice, resolute and edged with desperation, echoed against the fractured walls. The energy shields around them pulsed brighter in response, a temporary bastion against the relentless fury of the enemy. For a fleeting moment, the clash of technology and raw power gave way to a unified, almost tangible will to survive. As another wave of Tryan energy bolts cascaded down, illuminating the battlefield with bursts of searing light, the Wax warriors raised their arms in a synchronized motion. The protective barriers around them flared into existence, a shimmering dome of multicolored light that danced over every soldier, every citizen brave enough to take up arms. In that critical moment, the battlefield transformed into a living mosaic of despair and defiance, each shard of light a testament to the Wax's unyielding spirit. The roar of enemy fire, the crackle of energy shields, and the distant rumble of collapsing structures blended into a symphony of chaos. Yet, within that chaos, a singular truth resonated: this was not merely a battle for survival, but a fight for the very soul of Wax. Every exploding crystal, every wounded warrior, every whispered prayer in the chaos of battle, was a stark reminder that their way of life was under siege. Alpha's gaze hardened as he addressed his warriors, his voice rising above the tumult: "Today, we fight not only with our weapons but with our hearts and our history. We defend every memory, every dream, and every hope that defines us. Stand firm, let the enemy see that we are not just a civilization, but a force that will never be broken." With that clarion call, the Wax surged forward, their combined energy forging a brilliant counterattack against the encroaching darkness. The battle had truly begun, and in that decisive moment, the future of Wax was being written in the flames and the light of their defiant stand. As the cacophony of battle raged beyond the walls of Wax's once immaculate sanctuaries, a different kind of storm was gathering within. In the quieter corridors of a shattered council hall, its crystalline surfaces fractured and dimmed by recent attacks, the true price of war was being paid in whispers, tears, and a palpable sense of despair. Inside the vast, echoing chamber, the air was heavy with the mingled scents of ozone, burning crystal, and the salt of unshed tears. Here, the survivors of Wax had congregated not as warriors, but as a community torn apart by the realization that every spark of energy, every burst of light defending their city, was drawn from the very essence of their being. The chamber's once pristine walls, adorned with delicate patterns celebrating generations of peace and enlightenment, now bore deep fissures that seemed to weep with the sorrow of a civilization under siege. Alpha, his armor still aglow with residual energy from the front lines, now stood before a council of his people, a diverse group whose faces told tales of hope, loss, and the heavy burden of leadership. His eyes, still reflecting the fierce light of combat, softened for a moment as he surveyed the assembly. "We have endured an attack that has scarred us in more ways than one," he began, his voice carrying the weight of both command and compassion. "But we must not let our hearts be consumed by despair. Our struggle is not only on the battlefield, but within ourselves." In the back of the hall, a small group of younger Wax, their luminous skin now dimmed with grief, huddled together. One of them, a warrior named Leary, clenched her hands as she whispered to a friend, "I never imagined we'd have to choose between our ideals and our survival. How can we fight when the very thought of battle erases the beauty we once knew?" Her voice trembled with a mixture of anger and sorrow, echoing the internal crisis that had taken root among many of her kind. Across the room, a more pragmatic faction had already begun to argue over the next steps. Sarah, a veteran strategist whose calm had been the backbone of many previous defenses, met Alpha's gaze with unwavering resolve. "Our people are hurting, Alpha. Every pulse of our energy reserves now comes at the cost of our memories, our art, and even our very souls. We are losing parts of who we are with every defensive measure we muster. The Nexus Core, our last, risky hope for an advantage, might be the only way to turn the tide, but it demands a sacrifice we are not sure we can bear." Her tone was measured, yet every word dripped with the bitterness of regret and the urgency of survival. As the discussion deepened, the chamber's ambient light shifted, casting long, sorrowful shadows that danced over the faces of those gathered. Some Wax clung to the old ways, arguing that surrendering even a fraction of their essence for war would forever tarnish their legacy of peace and enlightenment. Others, battle-worn and resolute, felt that the cost of inaction was far greater, a slow, inevitable erasure of everything they cherished. Alpha listened to the chorus of voices, each a thread in the tapestry of Wax's conflicted identity. In a quiet moment amid the rising debate, he retreated to a small alcove, away from the heated discourse. There, his mind swirled with memories of the time before the Tryon invasion, a time when the gentle hum of peaceful life resonated through every crystalline corridor, and every citizen found solace in the shared beauty of their world. Now, that memory was tainted by the acrid taste of loss and the bitter inevitability of war. With each passing moment, he felt the weight of leadership intensify. Not only did he have to defend Wax from external enemies, but he also had to mend the fractures forming within its heart. In that reflective solitude, the distant echo of Lyra's voice reached him, a reminder of the dangerous technology that could save them, yet also threatened to consume their very identity. "Alpha," she had said earlier, her tone a blend of hope and trepidation, "if we must use the Nexus Core, we must understand that it will change us, perhaps irrevocably. But what choice do we have when the enemy threatens our existence?" Her words lingered in his mind like a haunting refrain, forcing him to confront the dual-edged nature of progress in times of war. Back in the council hall, emotions continued to surge like the unyielding tides of a cosmic sea. A fraught silence fell as one elder, her voice quivering with both wisdom and heartbreak, spoke softly, "We have always believed that our strength lies in unity and in the beauty of our spirit. Now, as war demands of us the use of powers we once revered as sacred, I fear we are forging weapons that may one day destroy the very soul of wax." Her words cut through the clamor of dissent, leaving a trail of somber reflection among those present. The internal divide was stark. One side clung to the hope that their identity would remain pure, even if it meant accepting defeat. The other argued that adaptation, however costly, was the only path to survival. Alpha knew that the resolution of this internal conflict was as crucial as the physical battle raging beyond the city walls. With a heavy heart and determined eyes, he prepared to address his people once more, this time not with orders of battle, but with a plea for unity in the face of an impossible choice. Stepping back into the center of the room, Alpha raised his hands in a gesture that silenced the murmuring crowd. "My friends," he began, his voice resonating with a blend of authority and vulnerability, "we stand at a crossroads. The cost of war is not measured solely in shattered crystals or fallen comrades, it is etched into the very fabric of who we are. I ask you, will we sacrifice our soul to preserve our lives, or will we find a way to evolve without losing the essence that makes us wax? The path ahead is dark and fraught with peril, but only together can we forge a future that honors our past and secures our tomorrow." As his words hung in the air, the chamber fell into a reflective silence. In that moment, every heart present bore the weight of a profound decision, a decision that would shape the destiny of wax in the midst of a war that demanded both unyielding strength and the courage to change. Under a cloak of darkness punctuated only by distant stars and the pulsing red glow of enemy engines, Alpha led his elite infiltration team toward the imposing silhouette of a Trian warship. The vessel, a colossal behemoth of angular metal and seething energy, drifted silently against the void, a stark monument to the enemy's technological might. Every inch of its surface radiated an aura of menace, with pulsing, dark energy conduits and arrays of sensors that scanned the cosmos for intruders. This was no ordinary assault craft, it was the heart of the Trian offensive, and its secrets could hold the key to turning the tide of war. The team moved in synchronized silence, their every step calculated and precise. Encased in adaptive stealth suits that dimmed their luminous forms, they advanced along a debris-strewn ridge that offered them a clear, albeit perilous, approach. Alpha's gloved hand rested on the hilt of his energy blade, feeling the hum of latent power ready to be unleashed. The crisp, cold vacuum of space seemed to press in around them, every sound reduced to a distant heartbeat as they prepared to breach the enemy's stronghold. As they neared a side access panel on the warship's hull, a narrow, almost imperceptible seam between armored plates, the team paused. The airlock loomed ahead, its surface a lattice of intricate circuitry and energy fields that flickered with an eerie, pulsating light. Through Alpha's visor, every detail of the enemy technology was magnified, the metallic sheen of the plating, the rhythmic, almost sentient glow of the security nodes, and the slight vibration that hinted at the lethal force contained within. With a subtle nod, Alpha signaled the commencement of the operation. "On my mark, we breach," he whispered, his voice a calm counterpoint to the adrenaline that coursed through his veins. The team fanned out, setting up miniature devices that would disrupt the lock's security algorithms. Each second felt stretched into an eternity, as if the ship itself were holding its breath, anticipating the intrusion. With a low, resonant hum, the panel slid open, revealing a dark corridor inside the warship, a passageway lined with cold, reflective surfaces that pulsed with the ghostly luminescence of Trian power cores. The air inside was charged, almost electric, carrying the scent of ozone and ionized metal. The team slipped through, their footsteps muffled by the soft hum of the vessel's systems. Inside, the hallways were labyrinthine and oppressive, a stark contrast to the open expanse of space. The walls were adorned with alien symbols and intricate engravings, telling a story of a civilization built on discipline and ruthless efficiency. As they advanced, the distant echo of mechanical life reverberated through the corridors, distant footsteps, the whir of automated turrets reloading, and the occasional, unsettling murmur of a Trian voice communicating orders in a language that resonated with cold authority. Alpha led the way, every sense alert to the slightest anomaly. His internal monologue raced, "We're inside their lair. One misstep could trigger alarms, and then the true battle begins. His thoughts were interrupted by the muted clatter of enemy patrols echoing down an adjacent corridor. Instantly, he signaled for cover. The team pressed themselves against the sleek, metallic wall, energy rifles at the ready, their breaths synchronized in a silent prayer for precision. Through the dim, shifting light of bioluminescent panels, they observed a pair of Trian sentinels patrolling methodically. Their figures were angular, their armor reflective and adorned with insignias that spoke of a rigid hierarchy. Alpha counted each heartbeat as the sentinels approached. In a fluid, pre-planned motion, one of the team members, a lithe operative named Mira, stepped forward. Her voice was barely audible as she activated a compact, high-frequency pulse emitter, sending a ripple of electromagnetic interference that silenced the sentinels' comlinks and obscured their vision for a few critical moments. Now, Alpha murmured, and in perfect unison, the team sprang into action. Mira expertly dispatched the first guard with a single, precise strike. The second was neutralized just as silently, a whispered affirmation of their training and resolve. The corridor fell silent once more, save for the steady thrum of the ship's internal power. Every action, every breath, was laden with tension and the knowledge that a single mistake could unravel the entire mission. Pressing deeper into the heart of the warship, the team encountered a control hub, a spherical chamber at the center of which floated a pulsating core of dark energy, guarded by arrays of holographic interfaces and swirling data streams. It was here that the secret weapon lay, the source of the Trian's unchecked destructive power. Alpha's eyes narrowed as he absorbed every detail. The core's surface was inscribed with arcane symbols that glowed with a foreboding light, and the ambient hum of forbidden technology filled the chamber with an almost palpable dread. "This is it," Alpha whispered to his team. "We disable this core, and we cripple their entire offensive." His voice, both resolute and edged with uncertainty, carried the weight of their collective hope. Before they could move, a metallic clatter echoed through the corridor, a heavy footstep, distinct and threatening. The team froze. A door slid open with a hiss, and from the shadow emerged a towering figure clad in dark, angular armor. General Kraylon, his presence commanding and his eyes burning with ruthless ambition, stood before them. In that fraught moment, the air seemed to thicken with the promise of imminent combat. The general's voice, modulated and cold, reverberated in the confined space. "You dare infiltrate the sanctum of the Trians? You will learn that defiance is met with obliteration." His words dripped with contempt as he advanced slowly, each step deliberate and menacing. Alpha met his gaze, a steely resolve hardening within him. "We come not as conquerors, but as a warning," he declared, his voice ringing clear and unwavering, despite the surge of adrenaline that threatened to overwhelm him. "Your weapons may bring destruction, but they will never extinguish our spirit." The ensuing clash was as sudden as it was brutal. The narrow confines of the control hub erupted into chaos. Energy blades clashed with alien armor in a symphony of sparks and reverberating impacts. Mira and two other operatives engaged Trian guards with swift, coordinated strikes, their movements a blur of precision and determination. The room pulsed with violent bursts of energy as Alpha and General Kraylon circled one another in a deadly duel of wills. Every detail was magnified in that critical encounter, the hiss of discharged plasma, the screech of energy shields buckling under relentless assault, and the deep, resonant clang of alien metal meeting wax-forged weaponry. Alpha's senses became a whirlwind of sights and sounds, a kaleidoscope of luminous discharges, shattered panels, and the raw, unyielding fury of battle. In a fleeting, almost imperceptible moment, as energy surged through every vein of the combatants, Alpha seized the opportunity. With a swift, calculated maneuver, he deflected a vicious strike from Kraylon and lunged forward, his energy blade slicing through a section of the enemy's protective plating. The resulting spark illuminated a hidden compartment behind the control hub, a clandestine repository of data and schematics that detailed the workings of the core. The revelation sent a jolt through Alpha's mind. This was not merely a weapon, but a meticulously engineered device capable of far-reaching consequences. "Secure the data." Alpha barked to his team, his voice cutting through the roar of battle. Mira and another infiltrator scrambled to interface with the exposed control terminal, their fingers dancing over holographic displays as they extracted the critical information. Every second counted as the battle raged around them, a swirling maelstrom of light and shadow, hope and despair. General Kraylon, recovering from the initial shock of Alpha's maneuver, roared in defiance and launched another barrage of energy blasts. The chamber shuddered under the impact, and fragments of alien technology erupted into a chaotic storm. Yet, amidst the pandemonium, the infiltrators held firm, their resolve unyielding. Alpha, locked in combat with the formidable general, fought not only with his physical might but with the knowledge that this mission was the turning point of their war. The struggle was fierce and unforgiving, a relentless test of wills. As the last of the data transferred onto the secure device, Mira signaled that the extraction was complete. With a final, resolute glance at the pulsating core, the nexus of the enemy's power, Alpha knew that the path ahead would be fraught with even greater challenges. But in that crucible of conflict, a seed of hope had been sown. The knowledge they had stolen would pave the way for a counteroffensive, a strategy to dismantle the Trian's war machine from within. With the data secured and the immediate threat momentarily abated, Alpha shouted a command that resonated with the urgency of survival: fall back. Regroup at the extraction point. The team retreated through the darkened corridors, every step marked by the relentless echo of distant battles and the haunting promise of what was yet to come. Behind them, the warship's internal symphony of chaos continued unabated, a reminder that the true battle for the future of Wax had only just begun. In the silent aftermath of the assault, as they raced toward the fragile safety of their extraction vessel, Alpha allowed himself a brief moment of introspection. The scars of this mission would run deep, etched into the fabric of their existence. Yet, the courage and unity displayed in the face of overwhelming odds had kindled a new resolve. The turning tide of war was in motion, and with every stolen secret and every hard-won victory, the Wax would reclaim their destiny from the clutches of tyranny. The controlled chaos of the enemy warship faded into a tense, nearly silent void as Alpha's team made their hasty retreat. Their extraction vessel, battered yet resolute, jostled through a star-strewn expanse, its engines thrumming a mournful cadence against the distant echoes of war. Inside the cramped corridors of the ship, every shadow and flickering light carried the weight of recent loss and the uncertain promise of what lay ahead. Alpha, leaning against the cool, metallic wall of a narrow passage, allowed himself a moment of solitude. The adrenaline from the battle still surged beneath his skin, yet a heavy weariness had settled in its wake. His eyes, rimmed with exhaustion, were fixed on the data pad clutched in his hand, a repository of stolen intelligence that now pulsed with cryptic codes and ominous schematics. The glow of the pad illuminated his determined yet troubled expression, revealing not just the scars of the encounter with General Kraylon, but the deeper toll that war had taken on his soul. Around him, the team gathered in quiet clusters. Mira, her uniform bearing fresh marks of the close combat, sat with her back against a bulkhead, mechanically reloading her energy rifle as if the ritual could somehow stave off the haunting memories of that claustrophobic corridor inside the enemy vessel. Sela and a few other operatives huddled near a dim console, voices low and urgent as they cross-referenced the stolen schematics with every piece of historical data and intelligence they possessed. Their whispered debates painted a picture of a strategy in evolution, a counteroffensive that could be the key to dismantling the Trian's war machine. The extraction vessel's interior, once a sanctuary of order, now felt like a somber reflection of Wax itself, a city that had been forced to reconcile its luminous heritage with the grim realities of battle. Dim lights cast elongated shadows across faces marked by fatigue and determination. In one corner, a medkit station hummed softly as it attended to wounds both physical and emotional. The soft beeping of medical scanners blended with the low murmur of voices, each word heavy with unspoken grief for comrades lost and for the innocence that had been shattered. Alpha's thoughts drifted back to the mission, the narrow corridor, the near-fatal confrontation with General Kraylon, the split-second decision that had led to the revelation of the hidden data compartment. In that critical juncture, every heartbeat had been a gamble, every breath a defiant act against an enemy that cared little for mercy. The stolen intelligence was not just a tactical advantage, it was a stark reminder that even in the darkest moments, there existed a glimmer of hope that might turn the relentless tide of war. Gathering his resolve, Alpha rose and walked to the central command console where the vessel's navigation and communication systems blinked with incoming alerts. The viewscreen displayed a distant cluster of enemy ships, ominous silhouettes against the vast darkness of space. Each ship moved with an almost predatory precision, a constant reminder that the Trions were regrouping, ready to unleash further devastation. The realization sent a shiver down his spine. The battle was far from over, and the cost of every stolen secret was measured in lives, in dreams, in the very essence of what it meant to be wax. In a hushed but firm tone that cut through the silence, Alpha addressed his weary team. "We've taken a bold step today," he began, his voice echoing in the tight confines of the command room, "but every victory comes with its price. The data we now hold isn't just a blueprint of our enemy's power, it's a mirror reflecting our own sacrifices. Tonight, as we gather our strength, we must honor those we lost by forging a plan that ensures their memory guides us toward a future where wax can reclaim its light." A heavy silence followed his words, a silence filled with the unspoken acknowledgement of loss, determination, and the palpable weight of responsibility. Myra's eyes, still bright with the fire of recent combat, met Alpha's as if to silently pledge that the sacrifices made would not be in vain. Around them, every operative and every survivor was drawn into the gravity of the moment, aware that the stolen intelligence might hold the key to a counterattack that could shift the war's momentum. In the dim glow of the command console, as the vessel's engines hummed a low, persistent rhythm, Alpha's mind raced with possibilities. The schematics revealed vulnerabilities in the Trion's defenses, chinks in an otherwise impenetrable armor of war technology. Yet, the cost of exploiting these vulnerabilities would demand further sacrifices, further evolution of what it meant to be wax. In that reflective quiet, the transformation of their once pure identity into something tempered by necessity and survival was laid bare. As the extraction vessel surged through the void toward a temporary safe haven, Alpha's gaze hardened with resolve. The mission was a turning point, not only for their tactical plans but for the very soul of their people. In every scar on the ship, every silent nod between comrades, and every heartbeat echoing in the darkness, there lay the promise of a future built on defiance and unity, a future where the wax would reclaim their destiny from the relentless grip of tyranny. And so, in the aftershocks of battle and the quiet moments of reckoning, a new chapter of their struggle began to take shape, one that would demand courage, sacrifice, and an unyielding belief that even in the midst of war, hope could still shine as brightly as the crystalline spires of wax. The once pristine skyline of wax was now a graveyard of shattered crystalline towers, their luminous surfaces dulled by smoke and debris. The sky, once an endless cascade of soft golden hues, had darkened with residual energy distortions left by the Trion assault. Ash drifted through the air like dying embers, coating the ground in a fine, silvery dust that shimmered under the dim glow of fractured energy sources. Fires still burned in the distance, their flickering light casting eerie shadows across the wreckage of a civilization that had once known only peace. The crystalline roads, once pulsing with the soft rhythm of the city's energy flow, were now cracked and lifeless. The hum of the city, the very heartbeat of wax, had been silenced. Amid the ruins, the survivors moved with quiet urgency. Some worked to stabilize the remaining energy fields, using their remaining strength to hold together what little infrastructure had survived. Others tended to the wounded, their hands trembling as they channeled what little power they had left into healing the broken bodies of their kin. There were no cries of pain, no wails of despair, only the silent determination of a people who refused to be extinguished. Standing at the edge of a shattered bridge, Alpha surveyed the valley below. It had once been a beacon of harmony, a place where knowledge and energy flowed freely, untouched by war. Now, it was a battlefield, a landscape of ruin where the remains of fallen wax and Trion machines lay scattered like discarded relics of a war they never wanted. His hands clenched into fists. The Wax were not warriors by nature, but the Trions had left them no choice. Behind him, footsteps crunched softly against the fractured crystal pavement. Lyra approached, her once pristine white gold robe streaked with battle grime. The soft luminescence of her skin had dimmed, exhaustion weighing on her like an invisible force. Yet, in her violet eyes, there was no fear, only the sharp focus of a mind that refused to yield. She held a small crystalline tablet, its surface pulsating with encrypted data. The glow reflected in her eyes as she extended it toward Alpha. "We finally cracked it," she said, her voice steady but edged with urgency. "The Trions' command structure, their weak points, it's all here." She turned the screen toward Alpha, revealing a complex network of interwoven energy streams. "Their fleet is vulnerable. They rely on centralized energy relays to power their shields and weapons. If we can disrupt those." Alpha took the device, his sharp gaze absorbing every detail. The stolen intelligence was more than just data, it was their only chance. A map of the enemy's weaknesses, a blueprint for survival. A gust of wind stirred the dust around them, carrying with it the distant, distorted echoes of Trion comm chatter. Above, the sky trembled as a Trion scout vessel sliced through the atmosphere, its crimson hull gleaming in the fading light. It was searching, hunting for any remaining resistance. Alpha's jaw tightened. The Trions had underestimated them. They believed the Wax to be weak, incapable of withstanding the might of their war machine. But war had forged something new within them. "We will strike," Alpha said, his voice like the edge of a blade. "Not out of vengeance, but out of necessity. If the Trions seek to erase us, then we will show them that we are not so easily forgotten." Lyra exhaled, the weight of their reality settling between them. "Then we begin preparations immediately." As they turned toward what remained of their people, a quiet resolve spread through the air. The Wax were no longer just scholars and thinkers. They were warriors now. Their resurgence had begun. The war chamber deep within the remains of the Wax's central citadel was bathed in a dim, flickering blue light. Once a grand hall of knowledge and diplomacy, it had been hastily converted into a war room. The once smooth crystalline walls bore scorch marks from the attack, and fractures ran like veins through the once perfect structure. The soft hum of energy projectors filled the air, their glow casting long shadows as the surviving Wax leaders gathered around a central, circular projection table. At the heart of the table, a three-dimensional display flickered to life, showing a massive network of Trion warships in orbit, connected by thin, pulsing energy lines. The Wax's stolen data had finally revealed what they needed, a weakness. Alpha stood at the head of the table, his eyes scanning the display with the sharp focus of a leader on the brink of a decision that would determine the future of his people. Around him, the remaining council members, scientists, strategists, and warriors forged in the fires of necessity, watched in tense silence. Lyra, standing to his right, tapped a control panel, causing the projection to shift. A new layer of data overlaid the map, pulsing red nodes marking the locations of the Trions' energy relay stations, the critical points that kept their massive warships operational. "This is the key to their strength," Lyra said, her voice calm but urgent. "The Trions' weapons and shielding systems rely on centralized energy relays. If we disrupt even a few of them, we can cripple their entire fleet." Alpha's gaze remained fixed on the pulsating nodes. "How many do we need to disable to force a retreat?" Lyra adjusted the display, isolating the most critical points. 4, she said. 3 would weaken them, but 4 would force them to either pull back or risk catastrophic failure in their systems. Silence filled the room as the implications settled. The Wax had never been the aggressors, but this was no longer just about defense. This was survival. A tall Wax strategist, Saren, spoke next. His deep, resonant voice carried the weight of years spent studying warfare, knowledge that had once seemed useless in their peaceful world. A direct attack on all 4 points is impossible. The Trions will anticipate any large-scale movement. Our best strategy is a coordinated strike, small, targeted teams, moving in secrecy. Alpha nodded, the plan forming in his mind. We will divide our forces. A distraction on the surface, a simulated last stand, while elite teams infiltrate the Trion warships and disable the relays from within. A murmur spread through the council. This was a dangerous gamble, but they had little choice. Lyra tapped the display again, zooming in on the interior schematics of a Trion warship, a fragment of stolen intelligence, incomplete but valuable. The massive, labyrinthine structure was lined with security systems and Trion warriors. Their defenses were formidable, but not impenetrable. Saren crossed his arms. Infiltration will be the hardest part. The Trions are expecting a frontal war, not covert strikes. Alpha turned to Lyra. How much of our energy manipulation can be used for cloaking or deception? Lyra hesitated for a moment before responding. Limited. Our abilities were never meant for war. But we can distort their sensors long enough to get our teams inside. A new voice cut through the room, Terran, one of the first Wax warriors to train for combat, his once scholarly robes replaced by a sleek battle uniform. Then we do it. We don't have time to debate. His glowing silver eyes locked onto Alpha's. We fight. We adapt. Or we die. Another silence, heavier this time. Alpha exhaled slowly, then turned back to the projection. He reached out, altering the display to simulate the planned attack. A false battle on the surface, drawing the Trion's attention. A stealth insertion team, infiltrating the warships. Targeting 4 key energy relays. If they succeeded, the Trion's forces would be crippled. If they failed, Wax would fall. Alpha looked up, meeting the eyes of every leader in the room. We strike tomorrow. The extraction vessel hovered in low orbit above Wax, its exterior still bearing the scars of battle. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with an unspoken weight, exhaustion, anticipation, and the quiet resolve of those who had come too far to turn back. The dim lights cast long shadows against the metallic walls, flickering slightly as power was redistributed to the critical systems. Holographic displays pulsed with streams of data, and the quiet hum of machinery was a constant reminder that this ship, despite its wounds, remained their sanctuary. At the center of the war room, a circular table projected shifting blue light across the tense faces surrounding it. The stolen intelligence hovered in midair, schematics of Trion warships, data streams outlining their energy sources, and, most crucially, a vulnerability in their command structure. Alpha stood at the head of the display, his gaze locked onto the rotating projections, while the others gathered in silence, awaiting his words. Lyra, ever analytical, traced her fingers through the glowing symbols, isolating a section of the enemy ship. This confirms our earlier suspicions, she said. The Trion's primary energy grid is centralized. A direct hit here, she pointed to a pulsating core at the center of the schematics, would force a temporary shutdown across their fleet. Sarah crossed her arms, her expression skeptical. Temporary. That means they'll recover. And we don't know how quickly. We don't need long, Alpha replied. His voice carried no hesitation. Just enough time to cripple their advance and cut off their reinforcements. The room fell into a moment of contemplation. The risk was evident, any miscalculation could spell disaster. Yet, they had no better chance. A holographic shift brought up another crucial element, the Nexus core. Its shape glowed with an unnatural vibrancy, pulsating like a heartbeat. The device, unearthed from Wax's ancient crystal caverns, held the potential to amplify their energy manipulation beyond anything they had ever wielded. But its instability made it just as much a danger to them as to their enemy. Alpha turned his gaze to Lyra. Can it be controlled? She hesitated. I've run simulations, but nothing conclusive. The core amplifies energy output, but it's unpredictable. If someone channels too much, they could, she trailed off, unwilling to voice the worst outcome. A heavy silence settled over the room. The unspoken reality was clear. If they used the Nexus core, there was no telling what it would do, to their bodies, to their minds, to the very essence of the wax. Sarah exhaled sharply. We're running out of choices. Alpha nodded. Then we proceed. The core will be a last resort. We strike their command hub first, divide their forces, isolate their leadership, and disable their network. The Nexus core will only be activated if the battle demands it. No one spoke against the plan. The decision had been made. As the discussion shifted to deployment logistics, the tension in the room eased slightly. Soldiers and scientists alike moved with renewed purpose, adjusting their strategies, preparing their equipment. Lyra and her team made last-minute modifications to the energy weapons, synchronizing them with the new frequency patterns extracted from the enemy data. Sarah oversaw the allocation of combat teams, ensuring each unit knew their role in the upcoming assault. Alpha observed it all in silence. The weight of leadership pressed against him, heavier than ever before. He had always known war was inevitable, but seeing his people, his family, prepare to throw themselves into the abyss of battle tore at something deep within him. He turned away from the strategists and stepped toward the viewing panel, staring out into the vastness of space. The stars, once symbols of peace and endless discovery, now marked the path to war. A presence approached, Lyra. She stood beside him, her expression softer than before. "You're thinking about them," she said. Alpha didn't answer immediately. He didn't need to. Lyra's voice dropped to a quieter tone. "We didn't choose this fight, Alpha. But if we don't stop them now, we'll never know peace again." He exhaled slowly. "I know." And with that, the final preparations began. The extraction vessel's engines powered up, vibrations trembling through the floor as the time for words ended. The wax had made their choice. Now, they would see it through. In the extraction vessel's central command chamber, a space that had been transformed from a quiet war room into the nerve center of rebellion, the atmosphere vibrated with an almost palpable mix of determination, remembrance, and hope. The chamber's dim, shifting lights cast long shadows over the paneling scarred by past conflicts. Every surface bore the memory of previous battles, shattered fragments of control consoles, worn insignia, and personal mementos left behind by those who had given everything. At the center, a vast holographic display swirled with enemy schematics, revealing in intricate detail the vulnerabilities of the Trion Command Hub. Streams of data, glowing like liquid starlight, flowed across the projection, highlighting key power nodes and structural choke points. The stolen intelligence was not just a map, it was a beacon of potential, a promise that even in the darkest hour, hope could be engineered from knowledge. Alpha stood before the assembly, his eyes reflecting both the weight of past losses and the fierce spark of resolve. Around him gathered the Wax's military leaders, scientists, and warriors. They had all endured the ravages of conflict, their faces a testament to sacrifice and hard-won resilience. Yet in this moment, as the final preparations coalesced, there was an unmistakable energy, a unity that transcended fear and doubt. Clearing his throat, Alpha began in a measured yet impassioned tone. "This moment is not simply the launch of an extraction vessel, it is the moment we take back our future. Each scar on this ship, each memory etched in these walls, tells the story of our struggle. And tonight, we turn that struggle into our strength." He paused as the room absorbed his words, the silence deep and resonant. In the flickering glow of the holograms, faces that had known loss now shone with steeled determination. Alpha continued, his voice growing in fervor, "We stand together on the edge of destiny. Our intelligence shows us the enemy's weaknesses, and our resolve will ensure that their tyranny falls. We are not here merely to defend, we are here to strike back and reclaim the light that defines us." Lyra, standing near a console laden with data and schematics, interjected softly yet firmly, "Our modifications are complete. The Nexus core has been integrated with our energy shields, and our weapons have been recalibrated to channel our unique power. We have made sacrifices to get here, and each of those sacrifices fuels our determination now. Around the room, a gentle murmur of agreement rippled through the gathered team, voices that carried memories of grief and hope intertwined. Warriors adjusted their gear, scientists rechecked their instruments, and every member of the team shared a silent promise that failure was not an option. Sarah, ever the strategist with a guarded optimism, stepped forward and added, "We have a clear path. Our infiltration team will breach the enemy's command hub, while diversionary forces draw away their reinforcements. We have practiced every maneuver, every contingency has been planned. The time has come to execute our strategy with precision." The room's tension shifted into a focused intensity. As final confirmations were made over the intercom, Alpha's eyes drifted to the large viewport through which the infinite stars stretched out into the void. The cosmos, once a canvas of peaceful dreams, now served as the stage for their bold defiance. In that moment, he felt both the immense weight of responsibility and the surge of hope that pulsed with every heartbeat. Then, with a deliberate gesture, he addressed the entire assembly. "Our extraction vessel is more than a ship, it is our vessel of hope, our declaration of resistance. As we launch, let each of you remember that you carry not only your own courage, but the legacy of every soul who has fought and sacrificed before you. Today, we launch not just to infiltrate, but to ensure that the light of wax endures against the darkness of tyranny." The crew responded with a unified, resolute nod. Their eyes met in silent communion, and in that shared moment, any lingering doubts were replaced by an unyielding commitment. The soft beeping of consoles and the steady vibration of the engines provided a steady cadence as the final phase of preparation commenced. With precision, the vessel's engines began their activation sequence. The deep, resonant hum of power permeated every corner of the chamber, vibrating beneath the feet of the gathered warriors. Controls shifted, lights stabilized, and one by one, the crew secured their positions. In the final seconds before launch, a series of rapid data updates flashed across the displays, coordinates set, trajectories confirmed, and mission parameters locked in. Alpha raised his hand, signaling the final countdown. The atmosphere thickened with anticipation as each member of the team took a deep, steadying breath. With a final, collective resolve, the extraction vessel disengaged from its docking bay. The vessel glided upward, a brilliant arc of light cutting through the darkness of space, steering them toward the enemy stronghold with unwavering purpose. As the ship ascended into the starry expanse, the holographic schematics slowly faded into the background, leaving behind the stark reality of the mission ahead. The enemy's command hub, a fortress of shadow and defiance, awaited their arrival. Yet, for the Wax, this was more than a mission, it was the promise of a new era. In that defining moment, with the vast cosmos as their witness, the Wax embraced the challenge before them. Their final rally was not merely a call to arms, it was the embodiment of their resolve, their unity, and their unwavering belief that even in the depths of darkness, their light would endure. The extraction vessel glided silently through the void, its engines humming with quiet intensity as it approached the looming silhouette of the enemy stronghold. Against the backdrop of a star-strewn sky, the Trion command hub rose like a dark fortress, a jagged mass of angular architecture and pulsing energy fields that betrayed its deadly purpose. The vessel's viewports offered a window into this grim reality, sprawling arrays of automated defense turrets, shifting energy shields, and clusters of enemy warships arrayed in ominous formation. Inside the vessel's command center, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation and the lingering echoes of recent sacrifice. Crew members and warriors moved with purposeful precision amid a mosaic of dim lighting and holographic displays. The data from the sabotage of the previous mission still glowed on their screens, a reminder that their actions had ignited the wrath of the Trions. Every face, illuminated by the cold blue light of the consoles, bore a mix of determination and uncertainty, a silent acknowledgement that the stakes had never been higher. Alpha stood at the helm of the command deck, his eyes fixed on the approaching enemy fortress. In the low light, the details of the stronghold emerged, towers bristling with energy cannons, labyrinthine corridors that hinted at hidden defenses, and an ever-present sense of organized brutality. The vessel trembled slightly as it neared the boundary of the enemy's influence, and the crew braced themselves for what was to come. Around him, his trusted lieutenants exchanged looks of resolute concern. Sarah, the tactician, adjusted her data pad as she reviewed the latest intelligence, her fingers moving swiftly over the holographic interface, marking possible points of infiltration. Lyra's eyes, filled with both scientific curiosity and a fierce determination, scanned the real-time feeds that depicted the enemy's alert levels rising. Every flicker of data, every shift in the enemy's defenses, underscored the magnitude of the impending confrontation. The tension in the chamber was palpable. There was an unspoken understanding that the extraction vessel was not simply a means of transport, it was a moving bastion of hope, carrying the future of the wax. The silence was broken only by the soft beeps of consoles and the steady rhythm of the engines, each sound intensifying the gravity of the moment. As the vessel drew closer, a brief flash of emergency lights rippled through the deck, a signal that the Trions had detected disturbances in their perimeter. The extraction vessel's exterior sensors picked up rapid movements among the enemy's patrol ships. In that moment, the weight of their previous actions pressed heavily on every soul aboard. The sabotage had not gone unnoticed, and the Trions were preparing to unleash their full fury. Alpha's voice, measured and resolute, cut through the rising tension. "Steady now," he commanded, his tone both reassuring and unyielding. "Our path is set. We will breach their defenses and strike at the heart of their command. Remember, every sacrifice, every moment we've endured, has led us here. We stand ready." In that instant, as the extraction vessel edged into the dark shadow of the enemy stronghold, a silent promise passed between the crew, a vow that no matter what awaited them on the other side of the void, they would face it together. The fortress ahead was a symbol of the Trions' power, but it would soon become the stage upon which the wax would defy fate. In the quiet, tension-filled corridors of the extraction vessel, a select infiltration team prepared for their daring descent into enemy territory. Their faces, lit by the glow of subdued control panels and holographic maps, betrayed neither fear nor hesitation, only a determined focus. The plan was simple in theory, yet every step forward was laden with risk. The team gathered near a discreet exit hatch, their gear silently humming with specialized stealth technology honed for this very moment. Their uniforms, woven with adaptive camouflage fibers, shimmered softly to blend with the darkness of space. Every piece of equipment had been meticulously checked, energy weapons recalibrated to pulse in sync with the enemy's frequency, and compact shields primed for instant deployment. Alpha addressed the team in a low, measured tone. "Remember, the objective is to breach the outer perimeter of the command hub without detection. Follow the pre-mapped route exactly, and stay in formation. We move silently and swiftly." His words, both a command and a promise, resonated deeply with each member as they exchanged determined glances. One by one, the infiltration team activated their cloaking modules. The vessel's ambient hum masked the soft whir of the activation sequence as their forms blurred into near invisibility. With practiced precision, the group stepped through the hatch into the vacuum beyond, a narrow corridor that bridged the safety of their vessel and the perilous exterior of the Trion stronghold. Outside, the darkness of space was punctuated only by distant, glimmering stars and the imposing silhouette of the enemy fortress. The command hub's surface was a brutal landscape of angular metal, pulsing energy barriers, and strategically placed sensors that scanned the void. The infiltration team's path was planned along the margins of these defenses, where shadows merged with the darkness, offering a slim corridor of safety. They moved as one, each step synchronized to the silent beat of their hearts. The cold void pressed in around them, yet the team's resolve burned like a hidden flame. In their helmets, augmented reality overlays provided live tactical updates, a labyrinth of schematics and enemy patrol patterns that dictated every movement. A tense moment came as they approached a heavily guarded segment of the perimeter. Automated drones patrolled in slow, methodical sweeps, their sensors casting fleeting beams of light across the surface. The team halted, muscles coiled in anticipation. Through their visors, the intricate dance of enemy sensors and automated defense routines was mapped out with chilling clarity. Alpha signaled, and the group split into a staggered formation to avoid detection. One operative, a seasoned veteran with a scarred visor and unwavering gaze, expertly timed a brief, synchronized sprint to slip past the scanning drones. The tension was almost tangible, a single misstep could alert the enemy to their presence. Yet, every member of the team moved with the confidence born of countless hours of training and the shared resolve to secure a future for the wax. After what felt like an eternity compressed into mere moments, the team found themselves at the threshold of the enemy's outer perimeter. Here, the environment shifted, the stark, cold void gave way to the ominous glow of Trian energy barriers and the distant, low rumble of their heavy machinery. The fabric of space near the stronghold vibrated with the power of the enemy's defenses. With silent determination, the infiltration team initiated the next phase of their mission, to breach the perimeter and advance into the labyrinthine depths of the command hub. Their cloaked forms slid along the structure's surface, guided by the precise coordinates transmitted by the extraction vessel. Every heartbeat, every measured breath, carried the weight of what was at stake, a future teetering on the edge of chaos and hope. And so, as the enemy fortress loomed larger with each passing second, the infiltration team pressed on into the darkness. Their journey had only just begun, and the next phase of their mission would demand every ounce of skill, courage, and unity they possessed. The path ahead was fraught with peril, but their silent commitment to defy the Trians pulsed as strongly as the distant stars. The wax warriors surged forward, pressing deeper into the Trian stronghold. Their energy weapons carved glowing arcs through the dim corridors, cutting down resistance with precision. But the Trians were far from defeated. A sudden tremor rippled through the station. From the depths of the fortress, massive armored figures emerged, Trian enforcers. Unlike the standard foot soldiers, these towering warriors were encased in obsidian-like plating, their glowing crimson visors scanning the battlefield with cold efficiency. Their weapons were brutal, pulse hammers that emitted gravitational shockwaves with each swing, disrupting the very fabric of the battlefield. One enforcer lunged at a group of wax operatives, its hammer crashing down and sending them sprawling as the artificial gravity flickered wildly. Alpha barely managed to stabilize himself, forming a protective barrier as another enforcer advanced. Sarah and a squad of fighters took aim, unleashing concentrated energy blasts at the armored behemoth. The enforcer staggered but didn't fall, their armor was absorbing the attacks. "Focus on the joints," Lyra shouted through the comms. She had already deduced their weakness. Alpha adjusted his stance, channeling his energy into a concentrated lance of pure force. It shot forward, piercing through the enforcer's knee joint. The massive warrior faltered, and Sarah followed up with a precisely placed explosive round, shattering the weakened armor and bringing the enemy down. As more enforcers surged forward, a new problem arose. The station groaned under the weight of battle. A ruptured power conduit exploded along the corridor, sending a shockwave through the station's infrastructure. The artificial gravity fluctuated, causing fighters on both sides to stumble as their footing shifted unpredictably. Alpha quickly adapted, using his energy manipulation to stabilize himself mid-air. The Trians, more accustomed to raw strength than finesse, struggled to adjust. Seizing the advantage, the wax warriors coordinated their strikes, maneuvering effortlessly through the unstable battlefield. They danced between floating debris, striking at vulnerable points with calculated precision. Another explosion rocked the station as a failing reactor vented raw plasma into the corridors. The heat distorted the air, and the battlefield became a war zone of shifting hazards. The wax had to weave between deadly energy surges while fending off the relentless Trian forces. Lyra, still linked into the station's systems, worked furiously to stabilize the collapsing infrastructure. Then, a chilling sound echoed through the comms, Trian reinforcements had breached their escape route. Alpha knew they couldn't afford to be trapped. Push forward. We need to secure the command hub before we're cut off. The battle was far from over, and the true test of their strength had only just begun. The battle raged through the corridors of the Trian warship, each step a relentless struggle for survival. The Wax forces, agile and precise, weaved between bursts of enemy fire, using their energy shields to deflect incoming plasma rounds. But the Trians were not ordinary soldiers, they had adapted. From deeper within the warship, heavily armored Trian enforcers emerged, their forms enhanced with exoskeletal plating that absorbed direct hits. Their pulse hammers crackled with unstable energy, capable of sending shockwaves through the deck plating with each devastating swing. Sarah narrowly dodged a hammer strike as it crushed the floor where she had stood moments ago. Sparks erupted from the impact zone, and the force sent her skidding backward. She responded with a swift arc of her energy blade, slicing clean through the enforcer's exposed joint. The creature let out a guttural snarl but didn't fall, their resilience was monstrous. Lyra adjusted the frequency on her energy cannon, shifting its output to an electromagnetic pulse. Their armor absorbs direct attacks, aim for their exposed cybernetic nodes, she called out. Alpha acknowledged with a nod, twisting mid-air to avoid another Trian's blade before driving his energy-fused strike into its unprotected throat. The enemy convulsed and collapsed. The battlefield itself became a hazard. Damage to the ship's power conduits sent arcs of electricity dancing across the walls, creating lethal obstacles. Gravity stabilizers fluctuated, making movement erratic. One moment, Wax soldiers found themselves weighed down, the next they were weightless, their footing unstable. The chaos forced both sides to adapt on the fly, turning the battle into a desperate test of skill and survival. A deep tremor rocked the ship as one of the reactor conduits ruptured, sending a plume of fire down the adjacent corridor. The ship's AI issued an automated warning in the Trian language, indicating critical damage. Alpha saw the opportunity. Push forward. We turn this warship into their tomb, he commanded, leading the charge toward the command center. The Trians, despite their superior strength, struggled to maintain control as their own ship worked against them. As the Wax forces advanced, the enforcers adjusted their tactics, switching to concussive grenades designed to disrupt energy-based defenses. One detonated near Alpha, sending him crashing into a control panel. His vision blurred for a moment, but he forced himself to focus, there was no time for hesitation. Lyra hacked into the ship's mainframe through a nearby console, searching for an override to disable the enforcer's power cores. I can weaken them, but I need time, she shouted. Then we hold the line. Sarah planted her feet, deflecting a barrage of plasma fire with a rotating energy shield, before counterattacking with precision strikes. The Wax warriors fought in unison, their movements synchronized, their abilities pushing them beyond their limits. The battle reached a fever pitch as another gravity shift threw combatants against the walls. Alpha used the moment to propel himself upward, landing atop a Trian officer and driving his blade through its core. He locked eyes with Lyra, her hands moved frantically across the holographic interface. Almost there, just a little more. The next few seconds would decide everything. The battle inside the Trian command center had turned into a storm of energy blasts, rapid maneuvers, and brutal close-quarters combat. The Wax operatives moved with calculated precision, their energy weapons carving glowing trails through the dimly lit corridors. Yet, the Trian enforcers, towering in their advanced exo-armor, countered with devastating power, their heavy particle cannons unleashing pulses that melted walls and sent shockwaves through the station. Sarah darted through the chaos, using her agility to avoid a crushing strike from a Trian warrior wielding a massive plasma glaive. The weapon hummed as it sliced through the air, missing her by inches. She retaliated with a burst from her energy blaster, but the enforcer's armor absorbed the hit, the impact only leaving a smoldering dent. Cursing under her breath, she switched tactics, summoning an energy blade from her wrist gauntlet and lunging forward. The Trian swung again, but she ducked, sliding beneath the blade and driving her weapon into the weak point at the back of the enforcer's knee. The warrior staggered, giving her just enough time to leap up and drive a second strike into its exposed neck joint. Sparks erupted as the massive alien collapsed. Meanwhile, Alpha led the charge toward the control nexus, his movements precise and unyielding. A Trian Centurion blocked his path, this one larger than the rest, its crimson armor pulsing with reinforced shielding. The Centurion raised its arm, and an energy whip unfurled, crackling with volatile plasma. Alpha barely managed to erect a protective energy shield before the whip lashed against it, sending waves of force rippling through his body. The Trian snarled. "You think you can walk into our domain and survive? You are nothing but an anomaly to be erased." Alpha didn't respond. Instead, he focused, channeling raw energy into his hands. When the Centurion struck again, Alpha caught the whip mid-air, absorbing the energy and twisting it back toward his opponent. The Centurion staggered, its shields flickering. Seizing the opening, Alpha propelled himself forward, phasing through the remaining defenses and striking with a concentrated blast of energy directly into the Centurion's core. The Trian collapsed in a burst of white-hot light. Across the battlefield, Lyra worked frantically at the main terminal. The system fought back, Trian countermeasures triggering security overrides that forced her to rewrite the code in real time. The Nexus core, now interfaced with the station's network, pulsed with unstable energy, feeding into the override process. But something was wrong. "They've set up a fail-safe," Lyra shouted over the comms. "If I force the override, the entire station might destabilize." Before she could adjust her approach, a new threat emerged. Trian drones swarmed into the room, their sleek metallic frames shifting as they adapted to counter the wax presence. They fired synchronized pulses of energy, forcing the wax to take cover. Sarah and the others scrambled to hold them off. "Lyra, whatever you're doing, do it fast. We can't hold this position forever." The battle raged on, but deep within the station, something else stirred. A hidden force. Watching. Waiting. The infiltrators advanced deeper into the heart of the Trian command hub, their movements swift and precise. Alpha led the charge, his energy blade humming as he carved through the reinforced corridors, his senses attuned to the pulsing rhythm of the stronghold. The walls, formed from a dark, almost living metal, twisted with the faint glow of Trian energy signatures, responding to their every step. Ahead, the air shimmered, and a massive bulkhead door groaned open. A squad of Trian elites emerged, their armor enhanced with pulsating veins of dark energy. Unlike the common soldiers, these warriors were larger, faster, their movements eerily synchronized, guided by an unseen intelligence. The first of them lunged, twin plasma-edged gauntlets extending like talons. Alpha barely evaded the strike, countering with a precise energy pulse that sent the warrior skidding backward. But the Trians adapted quickly. One of them activated a distortion field, phasing in and out of visibility as it closed the distance within human speed. Lyra ducked behind cover, recalibrating her energy rifle. "They're using temporal destabilizers. We can't predict their movements." A sharp shockwave pulsed through the chamber as one of the Trian warriors slammed an armored fist into the floor, sending a gravitational distortion rippling outward. Wax operatives were thrown off balance, struggling against the sudden shift in gravity. Alpha gritted his teeth, channeling his own energy manipulation to stabilize himself. He adjusted his stance, then surged forward, weaving between flickering forms. His blade met resistance as he clashed with the Trian commander, a towering figure with intricate runes etched into its armor, each glowing with stored kinetic force. Their battle was brutal. The commander's weapon, a staff crackling with contained antimatter, swung with devastating power. Each strike sent shockwaves through the chamber, the force distorting the very fabric of space around them. Alpha barely managed to deflect one blow, feeling the impact reverberate through his body. Meanwhile, Lyra's team adapted. Using localized energy dampeners, they disrupted the Trians' phasing technology, forcing them into full visibility. With a coordinated volley of precision shots, they brought down two of the elite warriors, but more surged forward, relentless. "We need to finish this now," Lyra shouted. Alpha pushed harder, reading the subtle shifts in his opponent's movements. With a final, precise feint, he redirected the commander's strike, driving his energy blade through the weak point in the Trion's armor. The being let out a low, guttural sound as its body convulsed, collapsing in a flare of dissipating energy. The remaining Trion warriors hesitated, only for a moment. Then, as if receiving a silent command, they reformed, retreating toward the deeper corridors of the command hub. Alpha exhaled, his grip tightening on his weapon. "They're regrouping. This isn't over." Lyra's eyes scanned the battlefield, noting the damage, the cost. "We push forward. Whatever they're hiding, we're close." As they pressed on, a strange energy pulse radiated from the depths of the stronghold, a signal that something even more dangerous awaited them. The battle was over. The bodies of fallen Trion warriors lay scattered across the command hub, their armor still flickering with remnants of energy. The air smelled of scorched metal and ionized plasma, and the once imposing fortress now felt eerily silent. Alpha stood amidst the wreckage, his energy blade dimming as he exhaled a slow, steady breath. But something was wrong. The ground trembled beneath their feet. Warning sirens blared through the corridors, their shrill tones cutting through the silence. A crimson glow bathed the walls as emergency systems activated, and suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice echoed through the structure in the harsh Trion tongue. Lyra turned to Alpha, her expression tense. "That's a countdown. They're triggering a purge." Before he could respond, the command consoles flickered, and a holographic projection emerged from the central dais. A towering Trion figure, draped in regal war armor, gazed at them with piercing, molten gold eyes. It wasn't the fallen commander, this was someone else. Someone more dangerous. "You think this was a victory?" The Trion's voice was laced with amusement and scorn. "You have sealed your fate. The war was never meant to be fought on this battlefield. It has already begun elsewhere." The image distorted, but not before revealing a final, chilling sight, a fleet. Hundreds of Trion warships emerging from the void, their weapons charging, their destination unknown. The transmission cut off. The countdown continued. Alpha clenched his fists, realization settling in like ice in his veins. They had won here. But had they just fallen into the real trap? The air inside the Trion command hub was thick with the scent of scorched metal and ionized energy. Flickering emergency lights bathed the chamber in a deep red glow, casting jagged shadows across the walls. Alpha stood frozen, his glowing eyes fixed on the holographic display before him. The revelation was undeniable. The information they had uncovered wasn't just another battle plan or a classified weapon schematic, it was something far worse. Something that could unravel everything they thought they knew about this war. Lyra's breath hitched beside him. This changes everything," she murmured, her fingers dancing over the console, trying to absorb every fragment of data before the system locked them out. "Are we certain this isn't a deception?" Elise, one of the wax operatives, asked cautiously. His normally composed voice was laced with uncertainty. Alpha didn't respond immediately. His mind was racing, calculating the implications. The Trions weren't just fighting for dominance. They were afraid. But not just of the wax. There was something else, something lurking behind the curtain of this conflict. A sudden tremor shook the room, dust and debris raining down from the ceiling. The distant roar of battle still raged beyond the walls, but this was different. This was coming from inside the facility. Lyra's fingers flew over the interface. "They know we're here. We triggered something." A sharp mechanical voice blared through the chamber. "Intrusion detected. Level Omega lockdown initiated." All units, neutralize the trespassers. A deep metallic groan echoed through the facility as the walls shifted. Thick blast doors began sliding into place, sealing corridors and trapping them inside. Automated turrets unfolded from the ceiling, their barrels locking onto the wax team. Move! Alpha commanded, drawing his energy blade as the first turret powered up. Lyra yanked a small data drive from the console. I've got everything I could pull. We need to get out of here now. But as they turned to escape, something gnawed at Alpha's mind, a sense of unease beyond the immediate danger. There was something else in this facility, something watching them. He felt it in the energy around him, like an echo of an unseen presence. And then, for the briefest moment, he swore he heard a whisper. A voice, not Tryon, not Wax. Something older. The turrets opened fire. The moment the Wax team breached the command hub's outer defenses, the Tryons retaliated with brutal efficiency. Automated turrets along the corridor ceilings came to life, unleashing a barrage of plasma fire. The Wax warriors darted into cover, their energy shields flaring as bolts of searing light ricocheted off the walls. Lyra crouched behind a reinforced column, her mind racing. We need to disable those turrets now, she called through the comms. Elias, already working on his wrist console, bypassed the Tryon security protocols with rapid precision. Sparks erupted from the turret bases as they powered down. Turrets are offline, move. The team surged forward, only to be met by an imposing squad of Tryon shock troopers emerging from a blast door ahead. These were not the standard foot soldiers, they wore reinforced armor laced with pulsating energy veins, their gauntlets crackling with kinetic force. One of them lunged, its massive frame closing the distance in a blur. Lyra barely had time to react before a shockwave sent her skidding back. Alpha intercepted, summoning a surge of raw energy that crackled between his palms before releasing it in a controlled burst. The Tryon staggered, its armor sizzling from the impact, but it did not fall. They're using adaptive shielding, Elias warned, scanning the enemy. They absorb energy-based attacks. We need a new approach. Alpha clenched his jaw. The Tryons had anticipated their tactics. He switched strategies, forming a condensed energy blade in his grip and dashing into the fray. The close-quarters combat was brutal, Tryons countered every strike with bone-crushing force, their strength overwhelming. Wax warriors fought back with agility, dodging heavy blows and retaliating with precise, surgically placed attacks. Across the battlefield, the sound of metal striking energy echoed through the corridors. Plasma bolts lit up the darkened passageways, cutting through the thick haze of smoke and fire. A Wax fighter leaped, flipping mid-air as she drove a charged blade into the weak joint of a Tryon's armor. The enemy let out a strangled hiss before collapsing. Despite their skill, the battle was taking a toll. The Tryons fought like an unstoppable tide, pushing the Wax deeper into the stronghold. Then, without warning, the walls themselves shifted. The architecture of the command hub began to morph, panels rearranging as sections of the corridor sealed off and others opened. They're controlling the battlefield. Lyra realized, watching the walls reshape. The Tryons were hurting them, forcing them into a kill zone. Then, the ground trembled. A deep mechanical roar filled the air as a towering war mech descended from an overhead platform. Its plating gleamed with dark alloy, its arms equipped with energy projectors capable of vaporizing entire squads in an instant. Scatter! Alpha ordered as the mech's core flared. A concussive blast erupted, sending Wax fighters tumbling. Elias rolled onto one knee, his hands flying over his console. I can disable its targeting, but I need cover. Lyra and two others rushed forward, keeping the enemy fire at bay as Alpha charged the mech directly. He leapt, using a burst of energy to propel himself upward. Mid-air, he carved a deep gash into the mech's plating, exposing flickering circuitry beneath. Now, he shouted. Elias sent a surge of interference into the mech systems. It convulsed, its targeting scrambling as it wildly fired into its own ranks. The WAC seized the moment, unleashing a final coordinated strike that sent the mechanical behemoth crashing down in a blaze of sparks and ruptured metal. Silence fell for a brief moment, punctuated only by the crackling remains of the battle. The path deeper into the Trine command hub lay open. "We need to move before they regroup," Alpha said, catching his breath. His gaze drifted forward, to the towering reinforced doors ahead, the entrance to the core of the facility. What lay beyond would determine the future of this war. They pressed forward, knowing the real challenge had just begun. Amid the crumbling corridors of the Trine command hub, the WAC's team fought their way through a labyrinth of collapsing structures and intermittent plasma blasts. The cacophony of clashing energy, alarms, and falling debris masked an even subtler menace, a threat originating from within their own ranks. While the team engaged the enemy with desperate precision, a series of irregularities began to surface. In one narrow corridor, where the flickering light of emergency panels barely illuminated their path, Alpha noticed a pause in the otherwise synchronized movements. One operative, normally swift and decisive, hesitated at a critical juncture. His hand, which should have been reaching for his sidearm in anticipation of an imminent threat, remained suspended midair. In that split second, the subtle misstep sent a ripple through the formation. The comm channels, usually a steady stream of tactical orders and confirmations, began to show anomalies. Faint, static-laden whispers of conflicting directives started to emerge alongside the official orders. Lyra, monitoring the feed from her portable console, squinted at the rapidly scrolling data. "There's interference in our internal comms, an unauthorized signal overlaying our orders," she announced urgently. Her fingers raced over the holographic interface as she attempted to isolate the source. The data revealed scrambled packets marked with a signature that belonged to none of their known units. Elsewhere, in the smoke-filled corridor, the betrayer made another telltale mistake. While the rest of the team moved to secure a critical junction, this operative deliberately lagged behind, his eyes flickering nervously as he glanced over his shoulder. The delay was subtle, a fraction of a second, but in the heat of battle, every moment was vital. As enemy fire rattled the walls, his hesitation cost the team precious seconds, allowing a cluster of Trine shock troopers to converge on their position. Alpha, ever vigilant, noticed the pattern. During a brief lull between barrages, he paused and scanned his squad with a critical eye. The suspicious operative's body language was off, his grip on his weapon slackened, and his eyes darted toward the communication console as if receiving secret instructions. "Status check, speak up." Alpha barked over the din, but the reply was murky, lost in the overlapping voices of his comrades. Meanwhile, the internal comms continued to betray cracks in their coordination. In a low, almost imperceptible transmission, the traitor's voice filtered through, a line of coded commands that directly contradicted the established tactical plan. Elias, one of the senior tacticians, intercepted the transmission and replayed it over the channel. The message was brief but unmistakable, a diversionary order that had rerouted a small, critical unit away from their designated extraction point. The betrayal wasn't overt, but its implications were chilling. As automated turrets and enemy reinforcements pressed the WAC's team from both sides, the consequences of these internal delays became painfully clear. In one instance, a misdirected unit was ambushed by a patrol of elite Trine warriors, their coordinated assault overwhelming the straggling defenders. The enemy exploited every hesitation, every miscommunication, turning the labyrinthine corridors into a deadly trap. Alpha's pulse quickened as he realized that the infiltrators' unity was fracturing. The traitors' actions, hidden amidst the chaos of a collapsing stronghold, threatened to jeopardize not only their escape but the very mission they had fought so hard to complete. The realization was stark, while the Trines unleashed their relentless counterattacks outside, an internal saboteur was steadily unraveling their strategy from within. A heavy silence followed a burst of firefight. In the midst of the confusion, Lyra's voice crackled once more, now laced with urgency and concern. "Alpha, we've lost contact with one of our units." I'm detecting a deviation in the signal, someone is rerouting our orders. Alpha's jaw tightened as he surveyed his team. His eyes met the reluctant gaze of the suspicious operative for just a heartbeat, a look that conveyed both fear and a secret defiance. The truth was now beginning to surface like a dark tide rising from below, and in that moment, Alpha vowed that no betrayal, however subtle, would go unpunished. The corridors echoed with the sound of distant enemy reinforcements and the irregular beep of malfunctioning equipment as the Wax team struggled to re-establish order. Trust, already strained by the intensity of battle, now hung by a thread. The seeds of treachery had been sown, and as the remnants of the infiltration team moved onward under a barrage of enemy fire, one question loomed in the chaos: who among us has turned against us? The betrayer's presence was a dark shadow over their desperate fight for survival, and the revelation was only the beginning of a crisis that would soon shatter everything they believed in. The sound of falling debris and shuddering metal filled the corridors as the Wax team fought desperately to retreat from the collapsing Trion command hub. Amid the chaos, automated defenses and enemy reinforcements surged after them, transforming every step into a perilous dash against time. Alpha led the group, his energy blade still aglow despite fresh wounds, as he barked orders over the comms. The exit was a narrow service shaft tucked behind a partially sealed bulkhead, a faint glimmer of hope in the darkness. Every step forward was a battle. Corridors that once held structured enemy formations now crumbled under the force of the station's failing infrastructure. Gravity fluctuated wildly, one moment the team stumbled, almost floating off the ground, and the next they were slammed back by a sudden surge. Debris rained from the ceiling, and the impact of each falling fragment was punctuated by the acrid scent of scorched metal. Amid this environmental onslaught, the Wax operatives relied on their finely honed energy manipulation skills to shield themselves, conjuring temporary barriers to deflect shrapnel and plasma bursts. In the midst of this frantic retreat, subtle sabotage began to manifest. While most of the team moved in unison, one operative, a face once marked by unwavering resolve, paused inexplicably at a critical junction. His hesitation was almost imperceptible at first, but as the team neared the service shaft, it became clear that he was not moving with the urgency demanded by the situation. A brief, confused murmur crackled over the comms, and for a split second, the formation wavered. Enemy drones seized the opportunity, unleashing a volley of energy rounds that forced a temporary regrouping and delayed the escape. Alpha's eyes narrowed. The delay wasn't random, it was the work of someone internal. But there was no time to spare on investigations when the Trions pressed in relentlessly. With grim determination, he signaled the team to forge ahead. Each operative surged forward, dodging a cascade of plasma blasts that illuminated the wreckage of once proud Trion architecture. Lyra, her hands shaking from adrenaline and the mounting pressure, recalibrated her portable override device while issuing rapid-fire orders to redirect the failing security systems. The chaos of the collapsing station merged with the noise of enemy fire, creating a symphony of destruction that both terrified and galvanized them. Navigating through a maze of shattered corridors, the team encountered pockets of near-total darkness punctuated by intermittent emergency lighting. Here, every footstep was a calculated risk, and every corner could hide a new threat. The betrayer's interference, though subtle, had slowed their progress enough that enemy reinforcements began to converge from multiple angles. The Wax fought with every ounce of strength, blades clashed with energy shields, and plasma discharges created bursts of color against the grim backdrop of decay. At one particularly treacherous juncture, a section of the corridor buckled under the strain of the station's failing supports, sending a cascade of molten debris crashing down. Alpha and his team dove for cover behind a toppled column, their hearts pounding as the structure groaned and crumbled. In that brief interlude, the true cost of internal betrayal was evident, a split-second delay that cost them precious moments and nearly allowed a squad of elite Trion enforcers to encircle their flank. With renewed urgency, the team regrouped and bolstered their defenses with hastily constructed energy barriers. Alpha's voice, rough with determination, cut through the chaos. "We can't let them pin us down, every second counts. Push for the service shaft now." The operatives surged forward once more, their collective will pushing them through the collapsing passage. As they neared the service shaft, the corridors around them vibrated with the ominous rumble of the station's impending total collapse. The exit beckoned, a narrow opening that promised escape but demanded a final, daring leap of faith. Alpha, at the forefront, sprinted toward the hatch, his gaze fixed on the dark void beyond. Behind him, the betrayer's shadow flickered one last time, a silent reminder of the treachery that still lurked within. The team burst through the narrow opening just as the bulkhead behind them slammed shut, sealing off the chaos. Outside, the vast emptiness of space offered no comfort, only a cold, indifferent silence. Yet, aboard their waiting wax warship, they could finally catch their breath, if only momentarily. The narrow escape was a bittersweet victory, marred by the lingering uncertainty that threatened to tear them apart. And as the screens dimmed and the final echoes of the intercepted messages faded into silence, a single, ominous question hung in the air: can the wax survive a war that may be waged not just on the battlefield, but within their own ranks? Safe aboard the battered wax warship, the surviving operatives gathered in the ship's dim command chamber, a converted control room and now serving as both war room and tribunal. The space was bathed in a soft, eerie glow from scattered holographic displays, their flickering light dancing off splintered panels and battle-worn insignia. The remnants of their recent escape still pulsed in the background, a constant reminder of the chaos they'd narrowly survived. Alpha stood at the head of a circular table, his energy blade now deactivated but still crackling faintly at the hilt. His eyes, usually so resolute, flickered with a mix of shock and determination. Before him, Lyra's holographic projection filled one of the main consoles with a series of intercepted transmissions and data logs, each piece of evidence meticulously retrieved during the frantic retreat from the Trian stronghold. "Look at these messages," Lyra said, her voice trembling ever so slightly as she manipulated the display. Streams of encrypted data scrolled across the screen, lines of code interspersed with fragmented audio clips. These aren't random miscommunications. They're deliberate commands, orders that contradict every decision we made on the field. Elias, one of the senior tacticians, stepped forward. With a practiced gesture, he isolated one transmission and replayed it over the chamber's speakers. The audio was distorted and layered, but one voice emerged clearly, a voice that, under normal circumstances, would have been a comforting presence. Instead, it was cold, detached, and laced with treachery. Alpha's gaze narrowed as he scrutinized the data. This delay in our orders, the hesitation during the escape. Someone among us has been feeding information back to the enemy. Every anomaly points to a single operative. A heavy murmur rippled through the room, now a mix of disbelief and seething anger. As if on cue, a figure in the far corner of the chamber shifted uncomfortably. The betrayer, once a trusted member of the Wax, now appeared diminished beneath the harsh, accusing lights. His uniform, still bearing the marks of recent combat, hung loosely on him. Sweat mingled with grime on his face, and his eyes darted nervously from one operative to another. "Is it you?" Alpha demanded, his voice low and controlled but filled with unmistakable disappointment. "Were you the one behind the rerouted orders and delayed actions?" For several agonizing moments, the room fell silent. The betrayer's face contorted, torn between defiance and the dawning realization that he'd been unmasked. His voice, when it finally emerged, was barely more than a rasp. I did what I thought was necessary. The Trians, they offered me a way out. I believed our course was hopeless, that our fight would only lead to endless slaughter. I chose survival over sacrifice." The confession sent shockwaves through the gathered team. Whispers flared into heated exchanges. Elias's eyes blazed as he interjected, "You jeopardized every life on this ship with your treachery. How could you betray your own people for a promise of safety?" The traitor's eyes glistened, a mix of fear and bitter conviction coloring his tone. "You think I wanted this? I saw the writing on the wall. Our methods, our sacrifices, they weren't enough. I was trying to secure a future, even if it meant aligning with those who promised to end the war. I was desperate. As the voices grew louder, the holographic display flickered abruptly, and a new stream of data came into focus, a final, cryptic transmission that neither party had anticipated. The display showed schematics and ominous readings from a long-dormant part of the Trian network. Symbols and energy patterns hinted at an ancient, hidden force, one that suggested the Trian conflict was merely a precursor to something far more catastrophic. Lyra's voice broke through the rising tension. This data, it's unlike anything we've seen. It indicates the existence of an ancient power, something beyond the Trians. Our ancestors might have known of this, and perhaps even warned us about it. The room fell into a heavy silence as every operative absorbed the implication. The betrayal was only one layer of a far deeper conspiracy, and the true threat was still looming, a force so powerful that it could render the entire conflict meaningless. Alpha's eyes swept the room, taking in the faces etched with pain, anger, and disbelief. He took a deep breath, the weight of leadership pressing down on him. We have no time for infighting. Whether you acted out of fear or misguided hope, your actions have endangered us all. We must now turn our focus to this new threat. Our survival depends on unity, and I promise you, the traitor will be dealt with, after we secure our future. In that moment, the gravity of their situation solidified into a single, chilling truth. Not only had one among them betrayed their trust, but the data now suggested that the war they thought they knew was just the tip of a far more complex and dangerous iceberg. As the room bristled with tension and unanswered questions, one thing became clear: their journey was about to take an even darker turn. The betrayal had shattered the fragile bonds of trust, leaving a lingering uncertainty that threatened to tear them apart. And as the screens dimmed and the final echoes of the intercepted messages faded into silence, a single, ominous question hung in the air: can the WAC survive a war that may be waged not just on the battlefield, but within their own ranks? The WAC's warship finally broke free from the oppressive confines of the Trian stronghold, its battered hull illuminated by the cold, unyielding light of distant stars. Inside the command chamber, a heavy, almost suffocating silence had replaced the chaos of battle. Yet, even amid the calm, a simmering tension persisted, a tension that whispered of revelations too vast for any single soul to bear. Around a central holographic console, Alpha, Lyra, Elias, and the remaining survivors gathered. The holograms pulsed with streams of encrypted data, each fragment a cryptic puzzle piece that hinted at a hidden agenda far beyond the immediate war. The stolen transmissions and recovered schematics now converged into a single, ominous narrative, one that spoke of an ancient force woven into the fabric of the Trian legacy, a force that had manipulated events from the shadows for millennia. Alpha's eyes, reflecting the holographic glow, scanned the data. "This isn't merely a weapon or a tactic," he murmured, his voice heavy with disbelief. "It's an entire network, a dormant power, hidden in plain sight, waiting for its moment." His words trailed off as the console flashed a new sequence of symbols, geometric patterns and alien glyphs that pulsed in sync with the ship's systems, as if alive. Lyra stepped closer, her fingers hovering over the display. "These readings, they're off the charts," she explained, her tone a mix of scientific curiosity and dawning horror. "This isn't standard Trian technology, it's something far older, more sophisticated. I'm seeing energy fluctuations that suggest it can alter the very fabric of space-time." The chamber's ambient lighting dimmed suddenly, drawing every eye to the massive viewport at the front of the room. Outside, a colossal, oscillating energy signature materialized against the void, a swirling maelstrom of colors that defied natural order. It was as if space itself were bending under the pressure of an unseen force, an entity whose magnitude was impossible to comprehend. Elias, his voice barely a whisper, added, "Our sensors show this isn't a random anomaly. It's deliberate, a beacon of sorts, heralding something unimaginable." The data streams intensified, each pulse of the mysterious energy syncing with erratic bursts of light from the artifact that now dominated the holographic display. This relic, intricately carved with otherworldly symbols, radiated a subtle, persistent glow, its power seemingly intertwined with the hidden network Lyra had deciphered. A cold shiver ran down Alpha's spine. "What if this is the true enemy?" he asked, his tone edged with a mix of awe and dread. "Not just the Trians, but something older, a force that could render our conflict meaningless, or worse, subjugate us all." At that moment, the warship's alarms began to wail, a raw, piercing sound that sliced through the fragile calm. The ship's sensors confirmed it, an incoming barrage of energy readings, far beyond anything they had ever encountered. The colossal signature outside the viewport was drawing nearer, its influence warping the ship's navigational instruments and sending tremors through the hull. Alpha turned to the assembled team, his voice firm despite the uncertainty in his eyes. "We have one choice now, we must prepare for an encounter unlike any we've faced before. This isn't just a continuation of our fight, it's a new war altogether. A war against an enemy that has been hidden in the shadows for far too long." As the crew scrambled to secure critical systems and brace for impact, the betrayer's earlier actions hung heavily in the air, a stark reminder that internal discord might be their undoing. Trust, already fractured by treachery, would be essential if they were to survive this new threat. Outside, the energy maelstrom pulsed relentlessly, drawing closer with every heartbeat. The ship shuddered under the strain of its overwhelming power, and the final message from the ancient relic echoed in every mind: this was not the end, but the beginning of a conflict that would reshape the very cosmos. In that charged moment, as the mysterious force loomed like a dark eclipse over their future, one inescapable truth emerged: the fate of the Wax, and perhaps the entire galaxy, depended on the choices they would make next. To be continued. The battered Wax warship drifted in the silent void of space, its once bright corridors now dimmed by exhaustion and the scars of recent battle. In the quiet aftermath, the ship's control room had transformed into a sanctuary of somber reflection. Flickering holographic panels cast soft, blue light over worn consoles and scattered personal mementos, reminders of the lives lost and the price of survival. Alpha stood alone by a viewport, his gaze fixed on the endless expanse of stars. The weight of the war pressed down on him as heavily as the darkness outside, yet amidst the solitude, a flicker of resolve burned in his eyes. The echoes of the fierce conflict still resonated in his mind, each memory a reminder of the sacrifices made in the name of hope. His energy blade, now unlit and resting at his side, was a silent testament to battles fought and won. Across the room, Lyra worked diligently at a console, her delicate fingers scrolling through streams of encrypted data salvaged from the Trian stronghold. The soft hum of the ship's engines and the low murmur of distant communications provided a constant backdrop to her focused determination. Every now and then, her eyes would meet Alpha's through the ambient glow, sharing a moment of unspoken understanding, a mutual acknowledgement of the toll the war had exacted on them. In a quiet corner, away from the bustle of technical tasks, Alpha approached Lyra. The moment was fragile, as if suspended between the cold logic of survival and the warmth of human connection. "We've seen too much loss," he said softly, his voice carrying both sorrow and a quiet strength. "But even in the darkness, there's a spark, something worth fighting for." Lyra offered a small, resolute smile. "I know," she replied, her tone gentle yet firm. "Every piece of data, every strategy we build, it's not just for survival, it's for a future where we can live without fear." Her eyes shone with determination, echoing the hope that had grown between them through shared hardships. As they exchanged these quiet words, the warship's corridors buzzed with subdued activity. Crew members moved with measured efficiency, performing repairs and recalibrating systems to ensure the vessel could continue its mission. In that controlled chaos, the bond between Alpha and Lyra deepened, a connection forged in the crucible of war, offering solace amid the relentless struggle. Outside, the vast expanse of space held its silent vigil, a reminder that even in the darkest hours, the cosmos was filled with endless possibility. With every blink of a distant star, the promise of a new dawn lingered, a promise that the sacrifices of today could pave the way for a brighter tomorrow. In that reflective interlude, as the warship sailed through the void, Alpha and Lyra found a moment of fragile peace, a temporary respite that nurtured hope, love, and the unwavering belief that together, they could reshape their destiny. In the aftermath of battle, as the wax warship sailed through the silent void of space, a fragile calm settled over the crew. The ship's corridors, still marked by scars of recent conflict, became a temporary haven, a place where the relentless roar of war gave way to quiet determination and introspection. It was in these rare moments of stillness that Alpha and Lyra found themselves drawn together, their connection deepening amid shared burdens and whispered hopes. Alpha stood in the center of a softly lit corridor lined with translucent panels that displayed flickering data and strategic maps. His gaze, usually hardened by the constant demands of command, now softened as it wandered to the corner of the room where Lyra worked. She sat before a console, her delicate fingers dancing over the holographic interface, deciphering the latest enemy communications. Every so often, her eyes would lift from the data streams to meet his, a silent exchange that conveyed more than words ever could. It began with small gestures. During a routine recalibration of the ship's energy cores, Alpha found himself pausing at the doorway of the navigation bay, where Lyra was busy aligning coordinates for their next operation. The soft hum of the engine and the gentle glow of the control panels seemed to slow time itself. As Lyra's focused expression softened with exhaustion, Alpha stepped forward and quietly said, "We're doing well. I know it's hard, but your work keeps us alive." Her eyes met his, and in that moment, a spark of recognition passed between them, a shared understanding that went beyond the weight of command and duty. "Thank you, Alpha," she replied softly, her voice warm and unguarded. "Sometimes it feels like every decision is a battle, not just against our enemies but against our own fears. Yet, I find solace knowing I'm not facing it alone." Their words, though few, resonated with the promise of trust and companionship. Over the next days, as the warship drifted through interstellar darkness, the two began to share more than just strategic discussions. Late at night, when the rest of the crew retreated into quiet sleep or deep thought, Alpha and Lyra found a secluded corner in the rec room, a small, windowed area overlooking a nebula of swirling blues and purples. There, under the gentle light of distant stars, they exchanged fragments of their past. Alpha recounted memories of a childhood spent beneath wide, open skies on a forgotten colony, a time when hope was as tangible as the morning dew. His words painted a picture of a simpler existence, one untainted by the brutal necessities of war. Lyra, in turn, spoke of her early days as a scientist, filled with curiosity and wonder about the mysteries of the universe. She recalled nights spent poring over ancient texts and stargazing, dreaming of making a difference in a vast, indifferent cosmos. As they spoke, the air between them grew thick with a gentle intimacy. Their voices, low and measured, wove a tapestry of shared dreams and unspoken desires. In the quiet glow of the rec room, the chaos of battle faded into the background, replaced by the tender cadence of two souls finding refuge in each other. One evening, as the warship gently rocked against the backdrop of a dying star, Lyra hesitated before speaking. "Alpha, sometimes I wonder, what if there was more to life than this endless cycle of conflict?" Her question, laden with vulnerability, hung in the air. What if, beyond all this chaos, there's a future where we can rebuild, not just our world, but who we are? Alpha reached out, his hand brushing against hers, a touch both cautious and filled with promise. "I believe that future exists," he said firmly, his eyes searching hers for assurance. "And until that day comes, we'll create moments of light amid the darkness. I'm not just fighting for survival, I'm fighting for every chance we have to find love, to find hope." Their conversation stretched on long into the night. They shared whispered confidences and exchanged subtle smiles that carried the weight of all they had endured. It was as if the relentless pressure of war had distilled their emotions into something pure, a burning determination to hold on to what made them human in a universe that often felt cold and unfeeling. In the following days, as the crew busied themselves with repairs and strategic planning, Alpha and Lyra continued to work side by side. They reviewed intelligence together, collaborated on mission strategies, and found in each other a strength that defied the despair of their surroundings. Their eyes met in passing, their hands occasionally brushed while reaching for the same console. Every shared moment, however fleeting, wove them closer together. The quiet interludes amidst the chaos nurtured a connection that promised to endure even the harshest battles. In a world where every second was a struggle for survival, their growing bond was a beacon, a reminder that even in the darkest times, love could light the way. As the Wax warship sailed onward, carrying its wounded but resolute crew into the vast unknown, Alpha and Lyra's burgeoning romance offered a sliver of hope. A hope that, no matter how fierce the battles to come, they would stand together, united not only by duty but by a love that might one day outshine the endless void of space. The air inside the command chamber felt heavier than before, charged with the weight of impossible choices. Outside the warship's reinforced viewport, the battlefield raged with an intensity that defied comprehension. The Trions had escalated their assault, deploying a Titan-class destroyer, a hulking monstrosity of war, bristling with plasma cannons and shield-breaking weaponry. Every impact against the Wax defenses sent tremors through the ship's hull, a grim reminder of their precarious position. Alpha stood at the center of the tactical display, his golden eyes scanning the swirling projections of enemy formations. Every maneuver, every strike, was calculated to perfection, but this battle wasn't one of simple strategy. It was a test of endurance, a clash of survival. Lyra was beside him, her fingers moving across the holographic interface as she coordinated defense patterns. Unlike before, when war had been a distant concept, she now felt the pulse of battle in every fiber of her being. The energy manipulation techniques they had developed were working. Wax fighters weaved through the enemy fleet, wielding energy-based weaponry with newfound precision, yet, it wasn't enough. The Trions were adapting, deploying countermeasures, jamming their systems, and pressing forward with unrelenting force. A sudden impact rocked the ship, throwing them both off balance. Lyra barely had time to steady herself before Alpha instinctively reached for her, his strong grip securing her against the control panel. Their eyes met, briefly, intensely. The world around them blurred for a fraction of a second. "We're running out of time," she murmured, her voice laced with urgency, but there was something else there too, an unspoken understanding, a connection that neither of them had fully acknowledged yet. "I know," Alpha replied, his grip lingering for just a moment longer before he released her. He turned back to the command interface, his focus hardening once more. "We need to neutralize that destroyer, or we lose everything." Lyra exhaled sharply, forcing herself to push aside the emotions threatening to surface. She wasn't just a scientist anymore, she was a warrior now. And warriors didn't hesitate. "I have an idea," she said, voice steady despite the chaos. "It's dangerous, but if we can amplify our energy manipulation field using the ship's core, we might be able to destabilize the Trion destroyer's power systems." Alpha's gaze locked onto hers, studying the determination etched into her expression. It was reckless. It was risky. And yet, he trusted her completely. "Do it," he commanded. She nodded and rushed toward the energy control panel, heart pounding. This wasn't just about survival anymore. This was about fighting for something bigger, for a future, for hope, for him. As the battle outside reached its crescendo, the lines between war and love blurred, and in that moment, amid the chaos and destruction, an unbreakable bond was forged. The corridor was dimly lit, the soft glow of the ship's energy conduits casting shifting patterns across the walls. The distant hum of the warship's engines resonated through the metallic structure, a rhythmic reminder of the battle raging beyond these walls. Alpha walked with measured steps, his mind a battlefield of its own, conflicting emotions clashing like opposing forces on a war map. He had faced countless decisions, each more difficult than the last, yet none had felt as dangerous as this moment. Lyra stood near a viewport overlooking the vast expanse of space, her arms crossed, her expression unreadable. She had been avoiding direct confrontation, focusing on her work, hiding behind strategy and duty. But Alpha knew, he felt it deep within, that something unspoken weighed between them. A force unseen, yet undeniable. He took a breath before stepping forward. "You've been quiet," he said, his voice softer than he intended. Lyra didn't turn immediately. Her eyes remained fixed on the distant stars, her thoughts adrift in the abyss of uncertainty. "There's too much at stake," she murmured. "Every moment we waste, the Trians push harder. We barely held them off last time. If we falter, if we miscalculate, we won't get another chance." Alpha moved closer, sensing the turmoil in her words. "We'll find a way. We always do." At last, she turned to face him, and in that instant, he saw past the warrior, past the strategist, he saw the person, the woman who had fought beside him, who had bled for their people, who had carried the weight of survival on her shoulders. And beneath all that, he saw fear. Not fear of war, not fear of losing the battle, but fear of losing something deeper. Him. "Do we?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Or do we keep pushing forward, sacrificing more and more until there's nothing left of us?" Alpha felt a sharp pang in his chest. The weight of leadership had demanded everything from him, his time, his energy, his soul. But now, for the first time, he realized it had also taken something he had never thought to protect. His heart. "I don't know how to stop," he admitted, his voice raw with honesty. "Every choice I make is for survival. Every moment is spent calculating the next move, the next strategy. If I stop, if I allow myself to feel, it might break me." Lyra took a step closer, her gaze searching his. "Then break," she said, barely above a whisper. "Because if you don't, you'll lose yourself long before this war ever takes you." For a long moment, silence hung between them. Alpha had faced enemies that could crush entire civilizations, had stood against the might of the Trians' war machines, had stared death in the face without flinching. But here, standing before her, he felt truly vulnerable. "I can't promise a future," he said finally. "Not in this war. Not with everything at risk." Lyra's expression softened, a sad yet understanding smile touching her lips. "I'm not asking for a future. I'm asking for now." The space between them vanished as if the universe itself had willed it so. In the quiet hum of the warship, in the shadow of an uncertain tomorrow, Alpha reached for Lyra's hand. Her fingers were warm, steady despite the storm raging within her. And for the first time in what felt like eternity, he allowed himself to hold on. The command center trembled under the distant bombardment, the echoes of battle resonating through the walls. Alarms blared as holographic displays flickered with urgent warnings. Trian forces were advancing, their warships breaking through the last planetary defenses. Time was running out. Alpha stood at the center of it all, his body rigid, his glowing eyes fixed on the strategic display. His people, his civilization, were on the brink. Behind him, voices clashed in heated debate. "The Nexus core is our only option." Commander Oren slammed his fist on the console, his frustration boiling over. "We've exhausted every strategy, every defense. If we don't use it now, we won't have another chance." Lyra's voice cut through the chaos like a blade. "And if we do, Oren? What will we become?" Silence. Alpha turned to her, seeing the fire in her eyes, not just the passion of a scientist, but the desperation of someone who understood the true cost of unchecked power. "The Nexus core wasn't meant for war," Lyra continued, stepping forward. "It's ancient, untested. We barely understand it. If we activate it without control, without knowing what it will do," she exhaled sharply. "We might win this battle, but we might lose ourselves." Alpha remained motionless, the weight of leadership pressing down on him. He had spent centuries guiding his people, protecting them, shaping Wax into a civilization of peace. And yet, war had changed everything. The Trians had forced their hand, pushed them to the edge. Now, that edge had become a precipice, and the next step could mean salvation, or annihilation. He glanced back at the tactical map. The Wax forces were dwindling. Defensive lines had crumbled. Entire city sectors were dark. Reports of fallen warriors scrolled endlessly on the side display. Outside, the sky burned. They had no time left. Lyra stepped closer. Alpha, we can still fight. Without the Nexus core. Without becoming something we can't take back. Fight with what? Orin snapped. Our principles. He gestured wildly at the battlefield. Look outside, Lyra. The Trians don't care about honor. They don't care about peace. They want us gone. His voice lowered, hard with conviction. And if we hesitate now, we will be. Lyra's expression tightened, but she didn't look away. This wasn't just a battle between the Wax and the Trians anymore. This was a battle for what they believed in, for what kind of civilization they would be when this war was over. Alpha exhaled slowly. This was it. The choice. Option 1, hold the line, fight with everything they had left, and risk complete extinction. Option 2, unleash the Nexus core, an energy force unlike anything they had ever wielded, and take the war into uncharted, dangerous territory. His hands curled into fists. The cost of power had always been high. Just then, the display flickered. A new transmission. Encrypted. Unknown origin. Every console in the room crackled with interference, and then a deep, distorted voice cut through the command center. Alpha. The room froze. The voice was not Trian. The holographic display shifted, distorting, as if something, or someone, was forcing their way into the communication channels. Alpha, the voice repeated, lower now. Calm. Calculated. Inhuman. Lyra's breath caught. Orin's hand moved instinctively toward his weapon. Every Wax in the room braced. The transmission crackled again. Then. We need to talk. The war, the battle, the Nexus core, all suddenly seemed like a small part of something much larger. Alpha's heart pounded. Who was on the other end of this transmission? And why did they sound like they had been waiting for this moment all along? To be continued. What happens when a war for survival takes a turn no one saw coming? Who is behind the mysterious transmission? And what happens if the Wax activate a power they cannot control? The fate of the Wax is no longer just about winning the war, it's about what happens when they cross a line they can never return from. Before he could give another order, the sentry turrets activated. Bright energy beams sliced through the corridor, forcing the team to scatter. Without their energy manipulation, they were vulnerable. They needed a way past the defenses, and fast. Lyra's gaze darted around before landing on a control panel embedded in the wall. I can disable them, but I'll need time. Time was something they didn't have. The Trians were closing in from behind. The sentry turrets were relentless, cutting off any chance of retreat. Alpha made a split-second decision. Go. I'll cover you. Lyra hesitated, eyes locking onto his. Alpha. Do it, he barked, drawing the enemy fire as he ducked behind a support column. The rest of the team took defensive positions, using what little cover they had to return fire. Their weapons were no match for the Trians' heavy armor, but they had no other choice. Lyra sprinted to the control panel, fingers flying across the unfamiliar interface. Her heart pounded as she bypassed layers of security. Seconds felt like eternity as the battle raged behind her. Almost there. A sudden surge of static electricity ran through the air, and the sentry turrets powered down. The corridor fell into eerie silence. Now. Move! Alpha ordered, helping his team push forward before the Trions could react. They dashed through the deactivated kill zone, but just as they reached the end of the hall, a heavy impact sent them sprawling to the floor. A reinforced blast door slammed shut behind them, sealing them in a massive chamber. The trap was complete. From the shadows ahead, a deep, guttural voice rumbled. You cannot escape, Alpha of the Wax. This time, you will not leave alive. The towering figure of a Trion warlord stepped into the dim light, his crimson visor burning like an omen of death. Behind him, more soldiers emerged, blocking every exit. Alpha slowly rose to his feet, his breath steady despite the odds. They were surrounded, cut off, and their powers were still weakened. But if the Trions thought they would surrender without a fight, they were gravely mistaken. This was only the beginning. The corridors of the Trion warship were a labyrinth of dimly lit passages, lined with pulsating conduits that carried power through the vessel like arteries in a living organism. Every step the team took echoed in the silence, a reminder that they were deep in enemy territory, and their time was running out. Alpha led the way, his keen senses scanning for any possible exit. Their original path back to the shuttle was cut off, reinforced blast doors had sealed their only known escape route. Without a way out, they would be trapped, helpless against the Trions' overwhelming forces. Before he could give another order, the sentry turrets activated. Bright energy beams sliced through the corridor, forcing the team to scatter. Without their energy manipulation, they were vulnerable. They needed a way past the defenses, and fast. Lyra's gaze darted around before landing on a control panel embedded in the wall. I can disable them, but I'll need time. Time was something they didn't have. The Trions were closing in from behind. The sentry turrets were relentless, cutting off any chance of retreat. Alpha made a split-second decision. Go. I'll cover you. Lyra hesitated, eyes locking onto his. Alpha. Do it, he barked, drawing the enemy fire as he ducked behind a support column. The rest of the team took defensive positions, using what little cover they had to return fire. Their weapons were no match for the Trions' heavy armor, but they had no other choice. Lyra sprinted to the control panel, fingers flying across the unfamiliar interface. Her heart pounded as she bypassed layers of security. Seconds felt like eternity as the battle raged behind her. Almost there. A sudden surge of static electricity ran through the air, and the sentry turrets powered down. The corridor fell into eerie silence. Now. Move. Alpha ordered, helping his team push forward before the Trions could react. They dashed through the deactivated kill zone, but just as they reached the end of the hall, a heavy impact sent them sprawling to the floor. A reinforced blast door slammed shut behind them, sealing them in a massive chamber. The trap was complete. From the shadows ahead, a deep, guttural voice rumbled. You cannot escape, Alpha of the Wax. This time, you will not leave alive. The towering figure of a Trion warlord stepped into the dim light, his crimson visor burning like an omen of death. Behind him, more soldiers emerged, blocking every exit. Alpha slowly rose to his feet, his breath steady despite the odds. They were surrounded, cut off, and their powers were still weakened. But if the Trions thought they would surrender without a fight, they were gravely mistaken. This was only the beginning. The corridors of the Trion warship were a labyrinth of dimly lit passages, lined with pulsating conduits that carried power through the vessel like arteries in a living organism. Every step the team took echoed in the silence, a reminder that they were deep in enemy territory, and their time was running out. Alpha led the way, his keen senses scanning for any possible exit. Their original path back to the shuttle was cut off, reinforced blast doors had sealed their only known escape route. Without a way out, they would be trapped, helpless against the Trions' overwhelming forces. Lyra skidded to a stop near a control panel embedded in the wall, her glowing eyes flickering as she examined the unfamiliar Trion script. This isn't just a security terminal. It's linked to the power grid, she murmured. If I can access it, I might be able to take down their disruptor field long enough for us to use our energy abilities. Alpha placed a hand on her shoulder. How long do you need? Minutes, if I don't trigger a failsafe. Seconds, if I do. Before Alpha could respond, a metallic growl echoed through the corridor. The team turned as a series of red lights flickered to life down the passageway. Then came the sound, heavy boots pounding against the floor, growing closer with each second. They're tracking us, Kale hissed, raising his weapon. We don't have minutes. Alpha snapped. Lyra, do it now. Everyone else, hold the line. Lyra's fingers flew across the control panel, her mind racing to break the encryption. The Trion's security was sophisticated, layers upon layers of failsafes designed to detect and shut down intrusions. But she had no choice. She had to work faster. The first Trion soldier appeared at the far end of the corridor, his crimson visor locking onto them like a predator spotting its prey. More followed, their massive frames moving with terrifying efficiency. Within seconds, energy rifles were raised, targeting systems engaged. The air erupted with the hiss of plasma fire. Alpha lunged forward, his reflexes barely keeping ahead of the incoming barrage. Kale and the others fired back, their shots striking Trion armor but barely making a dent. The enemy soldiers pressed forward, forcing the team into a desperate retreat. Lyra! Alpha shouted, deflecting a shot with his blade. We need that disruptor down. Almost there, she gritted out, sweat beading on her brow as she worked frantically. Just a few more. A Trion soldier broke through the defensive line, lunging at her with a blade crackling with energy. At the last second, Alpha intercepted, locking weapons in a deadly struggle. The force of the blow sent vibrations up his arms, but he held firm. Now, Lyra, he roared. With a final keystroke, Lyra overrode the system. The power grid flickered, then failed. A pulse of energy rippled through the ship, and suddenly, Alpha felt it. The dampening field suppressing their abilities was gone. His power surged back. A brilliant light erupted around him as his energy manipulation reignited. With a single motion, he sent a wave of force crashing into the Trions, sending them staggering backward. Lyra, now free to use her abilities, reinforced the walls with barriers of crackling light, holding back the advancing troops. Move! Alpha ordered. We don't have long before they reset the system. The team sprinted down the corridor, now able to carve their way through the ship. But even with their powers restored, the Trions would not stop. The chase was far from over. The metallic corridor trembled with distant tremors as Alpha and his team sprinted through the Trion warship, their path illuminated by flickering emergency lights. The alarm klaxons wailed, an unrelenting echo of the chaos they had unleashed. Behind them, Trion patrols moved fast, their boots pounding against the steel floor. Keep moving. Alpha commanded, his voice firm but strained. They had managed to disrupt part of the warship's power grid, buying themselves a small window of opportunity, but the Trions were already adjusting. If they didn't find an escape soon, the entire ship would close in around them. As they turned down another corridor, the passage split into two directions. The bulkheads groaned as another explosion shook the structure. A massive section of the ceiling collapsed between them, sending metal debris crashing down in a blinding surge of sparks and smoke. Alpha reacted instantly, reaching for Lyra, but she was already on the other side of the wreckage. Alpha, she shouted, her voice barely cutting through the noise. He pushed against the debris, but it was too thick, the wreckage jammed against the corridor's reinforced walls. The others, Rilan, Kira, and the remaining warriors, were on the opposite side, staring through the gap. We can't get through. Kira called. We'll find another route and meet up. No, Alpha said, his fists clenching. We don't separate. There's no choice, Lyra said, pressing a hand to the damaged surface. Her glowing eyes met his. "We'll find another way, but you need to keep going." Alpha exhaled sharply. He didn't like this. Not at all. But they were running out of time. Relan gave a firm nod. "We'll regroup at the lower hangar." "Just get there." Alpha hesitated, then stepped back. "Be careful." With one last glance, the others turned and disappeared down the corridor. Lyra exhaled, shaking off the tension in her limbs. She and Alpha were alone now. The alarms continued to blare, and footsteps echoed in the distance. Trian patrols were closing in. "This way," she whispered, grabbing Alpha's wrist and pulling him into a side passage. They moved fast, weaving through the narrow, dimly lit maintenance tunnels. The air was thick with the scent of burning wires, and the walls vibrated with the ship's shifting energy patterns. Finally, Lyra found a broken section of the ship, a collapsed storage bay, half destroyed from the internal explosions they had triggered earlier. Alpha crouched beside her as they ducked behind a broken support beam, listening. Heavy boots marched past just outside their hiding spot. The Trians were scanning the area, their guttural voices exchanging orders. Lyra's breath was slow, controlled, but Alpha could feel the tension in her frame. They were dangerously close to being discovered. After several agonizing moments, the patrol moved on. Lyra exhaled and leaned her back against the cold metal wall. "We need to keep moving," Alpha whispered, but Lyra didn't respond right away. She was staring at him, her glowing gaze filled with something unreadable. Then, in a quiet voice, she said, "I won't let you die here." Alpha froze. Her words were a promise, spoken with absolute certainty. He had always admired Lyra's strength, her unwavering determination. But something in her tone now was different, raw, unguarded. "I won't let you die here either," he said after a moment. "That's not the same." Alpha frowned slightly. "Lyra. I mean it," she cut him off, voice softer now. "I don't care what happens, I'll get you out of here, even if it costs me everything." A cold knot formed in Alpha's chest. He had seen Lyra risk herself time and time again for the wax, for their survival. But this was different. This wasn't about the mission. It was about him. "Don't say that," he said. She turned to him fully now, her expression unreadable. "Why?" "Because I can't lose you." The thought came instantly, but he hesitated, the words heavy in his throat. He had spent years carrying the weight of his people's survival, making decisions that shaped the future of an entire civilization. He had trained himself to think strategically, to suppress emotions that could cloud his judgment. But this was different. This was Lyra. For the first time, he was afraid. Not of the war, not of death, but of losing her. His fingers curled slightly. The ship trembled again, but neither of them moved. They just stood there, staring at each other in the dim light, surrounded by ruins, with war closing in around them. Then, from deeper within the damaged chamber, something stirred. A faint hum. A pulse of power. Alpha immediately turned his attention toward it. "What was that?" Lyra whispered. He didn't answer. Instead, he stepped forward, drawn toward the sound. Something was here. And whatever it wasn't part of the Trian warship. The dimly lit chamber pulsed with a low hum, an unnatural energy vibrating through the air. Alpha's glowing gaze swept over the collapsed wreckage, his senses alert. This section of the warship had been damaged during their sabotage efforts, but something beneath the destruction still functioned. Lyra crouched beside him, her fingers brushing against the cold metal. "That sound, it's coming from below." Alpha nodded. "There's something hidden here." He placed his palm against the surface, focusing. Even without full access to his energy abilities, he could still sense distortions in the surrounding energy fields. Beneath the debris, something pulsed, not a reactor, not standard Trian technology. Lyra's hands moved swiftly, her sharp mind already piecing together a solution. If we can access the ship's auxiliary systems, I can tap into their data logs. Maybe figure out what we're dealing with. She pointed to a damaged but active console across the chamber, its interface flickering erratically. We don't have much time, Alpha said. The Trians will realize we're missing soon. Lyra didn't need any more encouragement. She sprinted toward the console, sliding behind it as her hands danced over the unfamiliar controls. The screen flickered with alien symbols, cascading through encrypted files. Her jaw tightened. They've locked it down, she muttered, fingers flying across the interface. But I can break through. Alpha stood watch, listening for movement in the corridors beyond. Every second they lingered was dangerous. But then. I'm in. The console's interface flashed red, and lines of data scrolled rapidly. Lyra's expression shifted, first confusion, then horror. Alpha saw it immediately. What? Her voice was barely above a whisper. Oh no. Alpha, this isn't just about conquering wax. She turned to face him, her glowing eyes wide with realization. They don't want to rule it. They want to erase it. Alpha stepped closer, scanning the screen. Lines of Trian command logs appeared, detailing Wax's energy structure, planetary defenses, and something far worse. The energy disruptor they had encountered was just a prototype, a small-scale test of something far more devastating. A countdown had already begun. This is a planetary-class weapon, Lyra breathed. They're building a pulse bomb, one powerful enough to destabilize the entire planet's energy field. Alpha's chest tightened. How long? Lyra's fingers trembled as she accessed the activation sequence. She scrolled down, then froze. It's already started. Alpha's pulse pounded in his ears. How long, Lyra? He repeated. She turned to him, her voice hollow. 4 hours. Silence fell between them. In 4 hours, Wax would cease to exist. This wasn't just an invasion. It was extinction. Alpha inhaled sharply, his mind racing. We have to stop this. Lyra nodded, already pulling the core data onto a small energy drive. I need more time. If I can trace the exact location of the bomb's activation site, we might have a chance to shut it down. Alpha tightened his fists. They couldn't afford to fail. Everything, their people, their home, their entire existence, depended on what they did next. Footsteps echoed down the corridor. The Trians were coming. Work fast, Alpha said, stepping in front of her. I'll hold them off. Lyra barely spared him a glance. Just don't die before I finish. The urgency in her voice was different this time, not just determination, but fear. Alpha didn't answer. He turned toward the door, his stance firm. For the first time in his existence, he wasn't just fighting for survival. He was fighting against time itself. The warship shuddered violently as explosions rippled through its corridors. The disruptor system was moments away from collapse, its core failing under the overload of energy charges. Sirens blared in overlapping frequencies, drowning out everything but the pounding of footsteps as Alpha, Lyra, and their team raced through the metal passageways, searching for an escape. But then, a sudden, searing blast cut through the air. A beam of red-hot energy pierced through one of their own. Time seemed to slow as the strike hit its mark. A cry of pain echoed through the corridor. Lyra turned sharply, eyes widening in horror. No. It was Elias, the sharp-minded strategist who had fought alongside them since the beginning. He stumbled, clutching his side where the energy had torn through his armor, leaving a glowing, scorched wound. His breath hitched, his legs buckling beneath him. Behind him, a Trian commander loomed, stepping forward with his energy blade still humming from the strike. His visor gleamed red, his stance unshaken. Alpha reacted instantly, surging forward and driving his blade through the Trion's chest. The enemy soldier choked, then collapsed, lifeless. But there was no time to celebrate. Elias was falling. Lyra was at his side in an instant, her hands pressing against the wound, energy flickering around her palms. But it wasn't working. The injury was too severe. Elias coughed, his voice strained. "Looks like I won't make it out of this one." Alpha knelt beside him, his jaw tightening. "Don't talk like that. We're getting out of here." A weak smirk crossed Elias's lips. "You always were a terrible liar." His gaze flickered to Lyra. "You take care of him, all right?" Lyra's breath trembled. "Elias." Another violent tremor rocked the ship. Sparks erupted from the walls as the disruptor core finally collapsed, sending a surge of energy rippling through the entire structure. A shockwave rushed through them, and suddenly, they felt it. Their energy abilities had returned. Lyra gasped as the familiar hum of power flowed through her veins again, her body instinctively reacting to it. Alpha clenched his fists, feeling the energy pulse beneath his skin, stronger than ever. But it didn't matter. Because Elias was slipping away. His eyes flickered, then closed for the final time. Silence. Lyra shook her head. "No. No, we can still." Alpha gently touched her arm. "He's gone." She stared down at Elias, hands trembling, before clenching them into fists. A storm of emotions raged in her chest, grief, anger, and the horrible, crushing weight of loss. But there was no time to mourn. The walls groaned, metal twisting as the explosion spread through the warship. The alarms screamed louder, an automated voice echoing over the intercom. "Critical failure detected. Structural collapse imminent." Alpha stood, his face unreadable. "We have to go." Lyra hesitated for only a second before closing Elias's eyes with a gentle hand. Then she rose to her feet, her expression now hardened. They had won a battle. But it had come at a terrible cost. And worse, they were still trapped inside the enemy warship, with no way out. The corridors of the collapsing warship flashed with warning lights, the metal groaning as explosions ripped through its structure. They were running out of time. Alpha led the way, his focus locked on the path ahead, but Lyra's mind was still reeling. They had lost Elias. The cost of war had never felt so personal, so raw. She could still feel his weight in her arms, still hear his final words. But what terrified her the most wasn't just the loss. It was the fact that she could have lost Alpha too. And she couldn't stay silent anymore. They reached a dimly lit junction where Alpha paused, scanning their surroundings. The path to the docking bay was still clear, for now. Their team had taken a separate route, heading for the stolen ships, leaving them a few precious moments alone. Lyra stopped, her breath unsteady. "Alpha, wait." Alpha turned, eyes sharp with urgency. "We have to keep moving." She shook her head. "Not yet." His expression flickered with something unreadable, impatience. Concern. But when she stepped closer, something in his gaze softened. Her voice was barely above a whisper, but in the chaos, it felt like a thunderclap. "I can't keep pretending, Alpha. Not after today. Not after losing Elias. Not after almost losing you." Alpha's entire body tensed. "Lyra. No. Let me say it." She held his gaze, her heart hammering against her ribs. "I care about you. More than I should. More than I ever planned to." For the first time, Alpha didn't know what to say. She let out a breath, searching his face for any sign of rejection, but instead, she saw hesitation, conflict. Alpha looked away, exhaling sharply. "Lyra, you know what I am. What I was created for." She stepped even closer, her voice gentle but firm. "You are not just a weapon. You are not just a leader. You are more than what they made you. His fingers curled into fists. If I let myself feel this, if I let myself love you, he stopped himself, his jaw tightening. I can't afford to be weak. Her heart ached at those words. Love isn't weakness, Alpha. Her voice wavered, but her conviction did not. You taught me that. You gave me something to believe in when everything else felt lost. He finally met her eyes again, and for the briefest moment, the unyielding leader, the warrior, was gone. It was just Alpha. Just a man standing at the edge of something terrifying. The ship shook violently, a deep, guttural groan of metal tearing apart. The alarms screamed louder, and reality came crashing back. Alpha reached for her hand, not out of strategy, not out of necessity, but because he needed to feel her warmth. If we survive this, he said, his voice quiet, we'll talk about this. I promise. Lyra's chest tightened, but she nodded. It wasn't everything. But it was something. Their hands parted just as a distant explosion sent a shockwave through the corridor. The moment was over. They were back to war. Let's move, Alpha commanded. And this time, Lyra followed, knowing that no matter what happened next, nothing between them would ever be the same. The Trian warship trembled under the force of cascading explosions. Emergency sirens blared through the corridors as Alpha and Lyra fought their way toward the hangar. The WAC strike team, battered but determined, struggled against the overwhelming enemy forces. Plasma fire lit up the darkened passageways, and the acrid scent of burning metal filled the air. Alpha moved like a storm, his energy blade carving through the enemy ranks. With a surge of force, he sent a shockwave down the corridor, momentarily breaking the Trian formation. Move! Get to the ship, he commanded. A blast from above sent debris crashing down, and Lyra stumbled. The impact disrupted her focus, her energy flickering. Before she could fall into the widening breach in the hull, Alpha caught her wrist. Their eyes met, briefly, a silent vow. They would not let go. With renewed determination, they reached their escape vessel, the hull already scorched from enemy fire. The moment they boarded, the doors sealed shut. Alpha took the controls, hands moving swiftly over the interface. Strap in, he muttered as the ship lurched forward. Behind them, the warship erupted in a chain reaction of explosions, its structural integrity failing. The wax vessel shot out just in time, dodging flaming wreckage. But the battle was far from over. As the smoke cleared, the scale of the enemy force became horrifyingly clear. The Trian armada was waiting. Massive dreadnoughts loomed like silent leviathans, their weapons charging. Swarms of fighters moved in coordinated formations, sealing every possible escape route. This wasn't just a fleet, it was an extermination force. Lyra's voice was tight. They knew we'd come. Alpha's gaze locked onto the largest vessel, a planetary destabilization platform. Its core pulsed with ominous energy. This was it. The weapon designed to destroy Wax. Meanwhile, on Wax, the worst was unfolding. The planet's energy shields flickered and cracked under the relentless assault. The once harmonious energy flows were unraveling. The Trians had already begun the final phase of their attack. Alpha clenched his jaw. We have to warn them. We have to stop that weapon. Lyra met his gaze, the weight of their responsibility pressing down on them. Then we go through. Alpha nodded. No more running. No more hesitation. With the entire Trian fleet between them and Wax, there was only one way forward, straight through the heart of the enemy.